John Wardenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlin and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after John's father. John eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to John. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, John seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years travelling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
Ingwe grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
The way you said that.
The actual stream, but my face. There you go.
Yay!
I think we're on the
The
internet again.
power of streams.
Well. Here we are again.
Why, yeah.
Welcome to another recap episode. I almost forgot to wear my silver tin for that.
I was about to say, hang on.
Minute.
There we go. How am I supposed to listen to the aliens if I don't have my antenna on? There you go.
Exactly.
Welcome back to another recap episode of Monsters and Mayhem, because we are about to hit the 40th episode, which is crazy. We have already gone this far without me killing anyone. For real. Yes. Well, before we get started with a little recap, everyone should join on Discord just because it's a really cool place to hang out. You can throw all your theories in there. You can watch other people's pet dogs. You can share whatever food you're eating, or you can share whatever characters you're playing, or any cool stories you have about D&D, or play some games with us on our games night on Tuesdays, or pretty much whatever you would like to do.
Yeah.
Within the guidelines of a Discord, of course. But come hang out with us. Be part of the Monsters and Mayhem crew, and listen to some Sons of Flimph radio bot we have now, or some cool music while you're studying. It's up to you. Yeah, my name is Tom. I am the producer and dungeon master of Monsters and Mayhem. And if you have more dice than a lot of the stars that have been discovered by NASA recently with the telescope, then you have come to the right place, but you need to buy more dice. Anyway, I'm going to put a little bit of music in the background here. Hopefully it's not too loud there.
Have you got more dice than stars? Well, then you're in the right place. Also, you don't have enough. You need more than stars.
You should start selling stars. I mean, selling dice, not stars. I mean,
we need trillions of
why
dice.
pick? Create a company, just pick one. Anyway, so just as a little clarification of what we're going to do today, we're going to be talking shit about the game. Not really, but we're going to be talking about what happened for the last 10 episodes. And people can give some ideas of some theories that they think might be related to something, or share your favorite moments so far. It might have changed. It might still be the same as it was last time, but you never know. So I was so intelligent that I started with episode 30, but it's actually episode 29. So the first episode we're going to go through was Homebound, number 29. What do you have of that one?
I actually have good notes for this one. Can I be first? Because
Yeah.
I actually. Oh yeah. There's a reason why I have good notes, because this was a lot of me just talking to people. So actually, I'll probably skim read my notes, but actually my notes are more in depth than I'll go through, because there was a lot of 20. Oh no. Is it episode 29?
Yes.
No, it's episode 28 that I've got good notes.
Oh, there you go. You
I
got our hopes up.
Just hyped us up.
I got this one, guys. Oh no, actually, I don't have a driver's
for
license.
episode 28. And okay.
You got our notes up.
Here's my notes for episode 29. Call to arms after the hype. Call to arms. Kestine the historian. Claro Karameshi. Stonewall Academy. Seen one in Sahani. Heard of one in the Ashenlands a few generations ago. Seen some books with similar. Gideon. Karameshi. Osiro. Looking for Cursed City. Ingwe tried to get the Dreamweaver. Terran, if you join to go to Trackholm.
Trackball?
Crackholm, that's Crackholm.
Wow. Was it happy hour at the bar today? Let's sidetrack back to episode 29.
Castine, the historian. So 28 was when we were on the ship, right?
Yeah, so 29 is the first episode we're going through today. And
Yeah,
that one
yeah.
was...
You just did 30.
Oh,
So
so
29.
I don't even have notes of 29. Okay.
So okay, let me give you a hint, Jacob. Let me give you a hint. So after episode 29, everyone talked about you getting attacked by birds.
Yes.
Yeah.
Does that help you remember anything about the episode before?
I'm
remembering where we are in the story. I just literally I've got very comprehensive notes from 28 and no notes from 29. Did we have a fight? Is that what happened in 29?
I've got a
not
couple
yet.
of notes for 29.
Yeah, go.
Okay,
go.
let's go.
Someone competent.
I'm not saying I'm competent.
Come on with the driver's license.
It's all
Maybe
about
29
perspective,
just
Laura.
never happened.
It was
It's an
all
episode that was
true.
in our imaginations.
I think my camera died again.
I love this
yeah.
pose that you're stuck in there.
Oh boy.
I'm so excited.
Be like that forever.
We need a t-shirt.
This is like, we are up to a fucking brilliant start for today's recap episode. If you want
Welcome.
to talk about mayhem, like that's pretty much, this is the embodiment of
Yep,
all of our
yep.
streams. It's just chaos. We like totally lost Tom.
Let's see if that works or not.
Oh,
It's because the USB is really dodgy, and I'm ran out of the USB entrances.
Oh, Doc, we did. We won D&D.
we
Got
won. We
DM'd.
won. And Mike Mills said it wasn't possible.
There you go. Oh. Well,
Okay.
you know what you say. You just have to say my name 3 times in front of a mirror.
Alright, so episode 29, Homebound. My notes are not good, nor comprehensive, but they exist. So,
Sweet.
Winning.
So
Winning.
I found my notes too, so whatever you don't cover, I'll try cover.
I love it. Alright, episode 29, Homebound. Purple-fingered pincer man attacked Ingwe. He has 4 arms. That's all I have for that. Travello skyship, Speedy. Terran. Casting Chimera. Cyro Keg. Sarah Gunner in brackets, Celeste on ship. Olga and Minerva. Faye Ward Tracking Shard Part 2, which I'm assuming is a thing that we found in Ingwe's neck, was like that Faye Ward tracking thing. The Dashing Lady, which is underlined twice, so that must be something that's really important that I've forgotten what it is.
The ship.
That's the ship. Beautiful.
That was the ship you were on.
Ice Varlin, which is Ice Mountains. Feyreshka, a carnivorous fiend from the Feywild. And then I've got here, Ingwe is a liar, pants on fire.
Pretty good. It's
That's
pretty
my
good.
notes for episode 29.
It would be very easy for me to just change the course of action now. Yeah, sure, everything's fine. Yeah, it's more detailed than what Jacob had. Petition page.
It's like C minus for note taking.
You're correct.
Passed.
There was some names in there. I'll give you a point for that.
So I've got, Purple Dude with pincers to begin with, which Ingwe went full polar bear for the first time, I believe, against that one. Then we went and got payment from Costa in the Sophodon Council before leaving. But as we were leaving, Celeste hung back to inform them of the purple scorpion guy. Mana pulls the glass-like shard from Ingwe's wound, which we later found out what it was. There was we boarded the Dashing Lady. The captain was Speedy the Gnome. I've got the layout of the ship written here. Small known staff with Cloak and Dagger, aka Terran. Lucky Luck Bastard Frayne. I don't know why I wrote that as that, but maybe he was a lucky dude. Castine Chimera, Asira Keg, Olga Minerva, 17 people aboard total.
I do have notes for this. This is the notes that I was talking about.
No, it's because you were on the ship for almost 2
But
entire sessions.
if this is the notes, because I've got 500 gold in that we got the 500 gold. Sorry for interrupting.
No, all good.
Yeah.
I've got the names we signed as well. Drekik signed with an X. John is John Orsware. Celeste is Sarah Gunner. Ingwe is VKI, and then Mana is Mana. We investigated the tattoos further, finding that it had some like dead ends and T-junctions and skull symbols and fire and all sorts of different things. Then we found out every single person who was on the ship. Don't know if it's worth going through that, but a lot of
Terran
people...
Lucky Luck Basset Frame from the Thieves Guild, first mate Ballon retail candy shop owner, Captain Speed crashed into Shoreline Avengers Bollock.
Yes.
Yep.
Pretty much, yeah.
4 gnomes.
Ingwe chats with Cast Iron, mentions that they're fresh from the academy, Stonewater Academy in Kingshelm, and they're returning from a holiday of sorts, I believe it was initially put. Sarithia visits Jean in the night and tells him his sister is giving birth. In addition, one of her tears becomes glass, which he collects and holds on to. Then I've got the entire menu detailed out, which I won't get into. And then we went each day. D20s where we rolled. Day 1, clear skies, approaching storm. Day 2, slowly building storm. Celeste and Drekik spot familiar, colorful birds chasing the ship, which I realized later is not familiar at all. Or I guess kind of... Anyway, Ingwe notices that they're bright red and black. They're carnivorous fiends from the Feywild. Day 3, weather clears a bit, and as the day begins to close, we move close to a volcano and a massive city near the size of Kingshelm, but flatter, known as Helsenberg, I believe, which Celeste recognized. And the volcano was Ildhjem? Ildhjem? I'm hoping I wrote that right. Day 4, clear day. Best we can tell, calm wind. Day 5, clear day and smooth, calm winds. Day 6, clear day and smooth, calm winds. Day 7, land in Kronos. That's what I have.
Can I just
You
add?
didn't have the fight there, did you?
Well, I summarized the fight as birds.
Birds.
Carnivorous fiends approach and fight, yeah.
Of the people, just to note that there was Otto, who was the auctioneer's worker dude, and he offered to buy the dream catcher for 5,000 gold, which is the reason why Ingwe became alive, hence on fire.
Do you remember who Otto worked for?
The purveyor.
Mm-hmm.
And the academy historian. And we also found out that Kura was dead in this episode.
Yes, that's true.
Was that a letter? Did we get a letter, or did we get a message or something?
You got a letter from the others.
And then I've also, actually, Chirocco, you were saying something, and I've got a note that there's a tattoo that has symbols of skull and fire. And
Yes.
I think that is important.
That was
Yes,
part of
that
what
was
he
us.
said about the thing on his arm, on your
Yeah.
arms.
Further investigating our own tattoos.
Mm.
Our own tattoos have.
Yeah.
Ingwe read the canon manual.
Yeah.
Important.
Because I was going to say the first thing I have for 30 is all about the cannon and different details of how it functions, how to fire it, all that sort of stuff. That Drekik and Ingwe figured out through practice.
Very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, you ended up having a fight with some giant birds, and one of the individuals turned into a werewolf to help you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the werewolf that we met is different. So we do actually know what werewolves look like.
You know what this werewolf looked like, and you know what the other werewolf looked like for sure.
Yes. Yeah.
It was definitely a very big difference.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm guessing that's pretty much.
Now we
Number
have established
29.
what episode 29.
Now we have a baseline.
Now we
That's
know.
baseline.
Very well. So, did you say that you had any notes for episode 30, Jacob? Or is
I've
that now out the window?
already read 30. I just had the wrong number next to my notes. My height was there. I had good notes for that episode, and I've read 30. So I'm done. Someone else's turn.
yeah.
I've done.
You missed a few things though, but
I
does
did miss
anyone
some.
else have any notes for episode 30? I'm sure that Sean has.
I've been pretty note heavy. this last 10 episodes. I think there's like 2 episodes I didn't particularly take notes for. But...
I've written Karameshi down a number of times. I would really like to know why I wrote the Karameshi down.
You were talking about the battle plans that you saw in the room.
Oh, yeah.
So that might be where it was related to. Or where you wanted to go, or if they were looking for her.
I will say 30 is one of the ones I have lesser notes for, and I think it's because there was a lot of talking, so it was like I couldn't type while talking. But I got some sit there, including the very end, which is Ingwe pulling some shit. I fucking love it, in all caps, at the very end of the thing. But yeah.
But as far as I can see from my notes, there was something else. Do you have anything additional, Laura?
So I think that, I don't know if I've accidentally mixed up my numbers here, but some of the notes that Shirok said earlier for episode 29, I've got down for 30.
Mm-hmm. Some of them did kind of wash over. So one of the things is you had a conversation with Osiro, for instance, which was in episode 30.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I have my day breakdown of the entire trip on 29 for some reason, but we were definitely still on the ship for 30, so yeah.
All right, well, I'll apologize in advance because I struggle to read my handwriting. I don't know if you can like see it, people, but it's like really bad. I have really bad handwriting. It's like I went medical school to learn how to write. So episode 30, Call to Arms, Ingwe here. I've got Ingwe. I'm not going to sing this, but I've got I love the flowers, I love the daffodils, I love the mountains, and I love the rolling hills. I don't know why I have that written down. Sounds like an Ingwe thing to write, I guess. But I have that. Then I've got a Sumerian ward is located in Sahani in the Ashenlands. Wizard dude on the ship knows about the wards, also knows about the Karameshis.
Kainara.
That's Castan.
Castan.
Oh, yeah.
Werewolf dude is lying about being a druid. He says that it's an affliction, and then I got in brackets Ben affliction.
Anyways, it's been fun. I gotta go, guys.
When it's a full moon, I turn into Ben Affleck.
Wow. Okay, here, Jean was the werewolf's first. Oh, cute. Ratwort, the in brackets twice, Curse City, Hereditary Affliction, Strong Curse. Red circles, those who give in to the beast. Herbalist shop, the undeath curse started inside the city. Volcano, which was that word that I didn't know how to pronounce. Idhium. Large. What was it? Sorry.
Ilyum.
Ilyum.
Which means fire home.
I've got it written weird. I've got
in Danish.
I've got ILDHJEM.
Yes, Ilyum.
I'm an expert bilingual. Who is she? Large city, circle city, as big as Kingshelm, which is Hellsborg. Celeste dreams. She's rocking back on a ship in a hammock. It's the last day on the ship. There is tension in the air. All of a sudden it cuts to Celeste in the water. I see a rock in the water, a man on the rock. He's still breathing and he reaches out to me. I don't remember seeing him alive IRL. Mm-hmm. Day 4 out of 7, Ingwe makes a cool mind map. And I've just got here day 5, and that's the end of my notes.
Okay. It is fairly correct. The werewolves that are marked with red symbols are ones who give in to the beast and become evil, or at least self-centered. You did meet Castan and he told you a whole bunch of stuff, like where there's another Sumerian ward. So now you technically have 2 locations. Sean also had a dream this time. A dream where he was put in the option of having a choice. And he made the wrong one.
Hey, we'll find out if it's the wrong one. We still don't know.
Mind
Depends
waved
on whether
a
our
little
party's
bit.
good or evil.
Yeah, exactly.
He made a new friend,
Did you?
and his mind waved from his from his target just long enough for things to go a little different. He made a deal with a dark entity that seemed to be living within this thing, Lily. And a internal struggle seemed to happen between Lily and Cerithia within Sean's mind. And Sean got a new arm.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Oh, because that's right. Because you did the Dreamweaver, didn't you?
Yeah.
John, even though Ingwe's like better suited to doing that job.
Yep.
Why did John do? Why did we decide John did it? Because Celeste didn't trust him. Was that the like?
Celeste doesn't trust any of you with the Dreamweaver.
How did John end up doing the Dreamweaver?
Because he convinced us like that it was a good idea because he had something that he wanted to do.
Oh, because we were like, what can we? No, but then why didn't Ingwe just dream up John's arm?
Because it would be easier for Sean because he knew how his arm feels like. It would be easier for him because it used to be attached to him and he was trying to replace his arm with a real arm. So it seemed like it was more logical, even though he might not have been the best of choice. And he actually did really, really well in his role. I think it was a double natural 20 as far as I remember.
Something like that. Yeah, it was like, hey, you guys managed to organize like Advantage and Bless or something like that, like a bunch of bonuses that was a nat 20. I'm just like, holy shit.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Sean's mind did waver from the target in the
I
moment.
still got my arm, but you know.
Because that was why Celeste was like, just didn't want Ingwe to do it because, as well as like, if you're imagining Jean's arm, you're also imagining Jean.
Yeah.
Like, and that way you could potentially create a duplicate Jean
with an arm.
with an arm rather than Jean's arm.
I just remember that conversation being so cool. Like,
My notes specifically say Celeste and Ingwe have a great discussion about the Dreamweaver.
Because it was real meta, right? But not like in character, like how does magic work? And then it like related to real life and stuff like, sometimes the worst person for a job is actually the better person for a job.
Yep.
Yeah, because Ingwe could imagine like a really specific, like, Jean with this arm, but then you could potentially create another Jean with an arm. Like you would be so good at it that you would. Yeah. Enjoy dinner, Dizzy.
Woo-hoo.
Yeah, enjoy dinner.
Hope your daughter's going well, Doc. Traveling in Paris. Wowee.
Oh, wow.
That's cool. Oh, Paris. L'amour.
Nice.
It's been a long time since I've been there.
Omelette du fromage.
Maybe they will let me back in one day if I stop doing this accent. Anyway. Yeah, that was pretty much what I have of my notes here of episode 30.
Yeah.
Which ended with Sean having a new friend.
Yeah. My last two notes are in all caps, which is just Ingwe pulling some shit. I fucking love it. And Dead Wife 2.0, shadowy figure seems to have rid of Sean's wife. However, she has attached to him. At least that's what he suspected at the time.
Yes, because that was what she was doing, technically.
Yeah.
But it didn't seem like she was strong enough, which you later find out. Wow. Episode 31, A Path Chosen. Does anyone have any extensive notes on this one?
About a page and a half.
That's pretty good, huh? What do you have for that one?
Hang on, I've got mini notes at the top of things, which are usually just like reminders for that episode. It's like, remember, you came up with this idea, do this. And then this one here is
That's
basically
a good idea.
like,
I should do that.
Yeah. So I always go to like type the next session and put a few notes. For example, my note for next episode is, remember, Sean's shirtless. And
because that is really important.
Exactly.
We got to keep that's consistency. Like we got to get that continuity rolling.
Exactly. He took off his shirt to release the symbol, but you know.
Yep.
Anywho, so Do you want me to just read it off as it comes?
That's up to you.
Jean rolls out of bed and asks the shadow what it wants. After no response is made, Jean threatens the shadow, stating that if it did anything to hurt what remained of his wife, he would rip it from this realm and send it to the worst possible realm for them. Unknown to Jean, something that happened to Celeste, Celeste calls on Alexander, who not only responds, but actually appears on Celeste's shoulder with cake. Apparently, Tam took up a new hobby to impress the girls, being baking. Celeste asks for Alexander's aid for the day, which Alexander agrees upon, stating, I just won't tell him, meaning Tam. Celeste informs Alexander of Vartex and how we'd made a deal with them, to Alexander's dismay. The conversation continues and branches further into details about Vartex and the deal itself. Celeste then asks Alexander if they can possibly find someone they thought dead, draws a map to show them roughly where they are pointing out. God, this is so badly broken. They're roughly where they're pointing out Krakom and a volcano. Alexander agrees. Drakic is amazed at the view of the new land, Kronos, and the north is particularly grabbing his attention. Ingwe checks his boots and learns it's going to snow on and off for the next few months. Ingwe tells Drakic in spring the snow melts and all turns brown, and then in summer things turn gold. Unsure if real gold or not, Drakic. But either way, they grow on the trees. Ingwe then continues by talking about wanting to do something for the gods, such as handing out the pamphlets and such. Paper pamphlets, canon. But they might catch on fire. Drakic suggests wetting them. Then Ingwe suggests tossing them over the edge, and Drakic follows. Jean tosses the plate across the room as Drakic enters. Jean is pissed about the events from the night prior. Drakic asks for the metal orb, to which Jean has no idea why he would have one. Drakic then asks for a bunch of spoons and returns to Ingwe. Ingwe wrote a message. Golden patrons are cool. The chosen ones are coming. Ingwe attempts to make a bowl of sorts out of a cloak filled with pamphlets. Kind of works, but we're over the mountains and water, which is only realized afterward. Apparently, the cloak was magical. That was practice. Jean and wife's interaction. Jean and his wife have an interaction in the kitchen. Jean unsure whether or not to trust her, but being as he sees her, he finds it difficult to not believe it's really her, rather than the other creature sort of posing as her. Approaching Kronos, they notice one of the gears is busted, or it's not rotating.
Yep, it stopped. It just didn't
Yes,
start.
yeah, I thought so. I literally wrote one of the gears is, and then I apparently forgot to put what was happening to the gear. Celeste, paler with milky white blue eyes, with blonde silvery hair, fingertips and lips looking bluish and cold. Confuses the fuck out of Jean at first, but he just ends up accepting it. Ingwe and Drakic do the pamphlet cannon once again. Shit pulls into the tower in the center of the leaf. Ingwe writes on the pamphlets the address of his house for if you want to see the chosen ones to visit them there. Turns out we've given this address out to a lot more people, so maybe not the best idea of what we've done recently, but all right.
God doesn't know that, though. Just like
I like how we've all just
secret
conveniently forgotten
location.
Yeah.
that. We got this base. Don't worry about it.
A million people just like, yes, I'm here for the thing. Yeah, just,
Ingwe said I could come.
Yeah, exactly. I was given strict permission. Look, I have the paperwork.
I literally have a paper.
That's very funny.
Cast-Eye Chimera is heading to King's Hill. As they study there, he's a wizard of the Sixth Circle. Otto, the auctioneer, tell Otto we might be able to find another Dreamweaver for them. We tell Otto to put in a good word with his boss, the Purveyor. Ingwe tells him we're known as VK Incorporated. Asira hugs Ingwe and pulls him in. Jean and Speedy talk shop. Ingwe takes a nausea pill. And a bit of a breakdown of Kronos City, which we already have a pretty good idea of, being there a few times. Purveyor seems to be looking for a Dreamweaver. Lutherian Delatunes the man who originally paid us, and their accountant. Drekik is intrigued by the idea of trying different ales from around the world to the casino. From around the world to the casino in max caps. Sandstone building with massive ceilings, tiles on the floor, each depict a different themed image, time, money, etc. Arches. Some words seem to appear differently. Arches seem to appear differently as parts of the room. Man, I wrote this quickly. While acrobats perform above the tables, while people play cards, dice, and wheels, a band plays in the distance, while waiters and security watch on. A pyramid of booze can be seen on the one end. A half-orc woman approaches us, a broken tusk protruding from her lip, dressed well in uniform, but without the bowler hat that she previously had, introduces herself as Nora, and tells us we have to leave our weapons at the door. Nora knows of the Pixie King, apparently has an office in the casino. There's a bar with the name of the Cry for Help. Jean sees the wolf-like individual who helped Ingwe and Celeste out of their predicament. Room is full of gambling tables. Next room over has a pool bar, giant roulette-like game, and a singer on stage. Drekik with 3 nat 20s on 8 rolls, 4 with advantage. Nora grabs us to inform us Mr. Ira is ready to see us. Table covered in food inside the room. Pell is his brother, original wolf guy. Dwarf with scarred face, and heavily grayed red hair. There's also an Eladrin man with purplish hair and bright blue eyes. We introduce ourselves as John Orsware, Brendan, and Celeste just did not introduce herself. We're invited to eat with them. Story of the Pixie King from the Pixie King's perspective. Ingwe's mom was seen to be very perceptive in Cordy's eye. He hired her for her skill in acquiring information and wielding knives. She was sent on many missions before eventually disappearing on one where she never returned. Pixie King assumed her dead and was intrigued she had a son. Pixie King has Ingwe throw a knife after Ingwe mentions he has similar skills to his mother. Ingwe does all right, but then mentions that he had similar skills in regards to her ability to notice things rather than knife. Then hands Ingwe a package with a collection of his mother's goods. Ingwe gets 1,000 gold pieces and chips. Celeste specifically did not eat the food, cautious and wary about it. Ingwe and Drekik go use the wheel again, convince the others to do so as well. Ingwe wins fancy dancing shoes. Drekik wins an elegant parasail. Celeste wins a bag of holding. Jean wins a parchment that becomes an origami version of Kronos. The dwarf and the Eladrin are seen arguing by Celeste. Ingwe listens in and hears them say, "What the fuck is he doing? We gotta fix this. We gotta go find the other two." Drekik buys a potato peeler because it can also peel apples. Baru and Ghana are thought to be Jaina, thank you. Are thought to be the two spoken of by the dwarf and Eladrin earlier. Ingwe expresses their confusion and the fear of power. Celeste explains corruption, which Ingwe apparently wasn't familiar with. Celeste speaks with Jaina regarding what they believe. They inform her that they've headed to the Blightwood. Footprints across the roof are heard shortly after. Seems to be the Eladrin listening in, best we could tell, and then we all went to bed.
Celeste didn't go to bed.
There you go.
That's my last note. So, while everyone sleeps, Celeste is going to go see Deltunas to send a message. So I think that was her last third level for the day, was like talking to them. So I think that's where
Deltunas could send some messages, yes. So that's what you did. And then that was when you were informed that they do not know who you are.
Yes.
And they apparently don't know who they are.
That's the next episode.
That's pretty good. I don't think there's anything there. They're going to Blightwood, Pixie King, which you didn't seem to trust for a second, none of you. And yeah.
Yep.
With a name like the Pixie King, why would you not?
I mean,
that name screams
fairly
trust.
harmless. And
Pixies are known for like, you know.
Yeah, it's true. And Ingwe tried to convince Deltunas that it was okay to use the Dreamweaver.
Because Deltunas is a high artificer of the Institute, right?
Yes, so he's the one who is in charge of Kronos, pretty much.
That was good. That was very cool.
Some really good notes.
Ingwe's definitely still confused as to why we're not using the Dreamweaver to solve world hunger and world peace and all the other things.
Solve
that
world peace. That's probably not the one you should be going for.
all the things that, like, you know, like the people that, you know, when they do those beauty pageants and they're like, girls get up and they're like, I wish the child poverty to end. Yeah, that's Ingway's view on the Dreamweaver. Like,
Yeah.
Child poverty. World peace.
Very true.
There's one very important note, though, that I don't think that you mentioned for episode 31. And it is Bosteria and Anita are Tam's girlfriends.
Yes. Yeah.
Two very things. I'm sure that that'll come up in the future.
Yep.
And we'll need to know the names of Tam's girlfriends.
Good points. Yep.
Well, maybe he'll follow in his brother's footsteps and have 2 wives.
Maybe.
Anyway, yes, that was pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's pretty much covers that. That's pretty well.
And other people do a lot of talking. I'm basically just sitting there typing. So that's what's happened as of like episode 31. So
The notes, I find that with your notes too, John, is like it tends to be like when it's a real you episode, you don't have a lot of notes.
Yep.
And when it's a real like me episode, your notes are very comprehensive because you're like,
Yep. I'm just like, this seems real important. Down. There's other moments which aren't so important. I'm just like, I'm going to take that anyways. Like Drakic buying a potato peeler because it also peels apples.
Tom does that too, though. Too like throws out things and it's just like, woo! And then like you just know every so often he's like.
Oh, we're gonna run into something like a troll on like a goat under a bridge that's pretending to be a troll that needs an offering to cross the bridge, and it's like we have this really cool potato peeler. I can also peel apples, and it takes it like we can sell.
That's why all those little trinkets and doodads I always note down because there's always something for it at some point. Like for example, when John returned home without a gift, he was like, "Well, you can have this thing I won at the Kronos Casino. It's cool. I definitely got this gift for you."
Puppy.
Boopy dook.
So cute.
Boopers.
I'm improving my background game.
With live animals.
With live animals now.
Getting a lion next week.
Daniel, or what are we supposed to call
Director
has been doing his like cool background themes, so I've decided I can't do that, but I can do Puppy. She's decided.
Can you tell everyone in chat her name, Jacob?
This is Rue.
Yeah, such a good name.
A couple of reasons why.
Rudolph.
Oh look!
Poppity boo.
Oh, she's so beautiful.
Rue looks a bit like a kangaroo when she stands up, but she's not keen to stand up. I think she's a bit upset by this whole it's probably bedtime actually. So kangaroo, but also like when we leave in the morning, it's like, oh, hello Rue.
Bless
Hello,
her.
Nice.
Oh, we love her.
It's very nice.
Live
A stream dog.
background.
Another stream dog.
Stream dog. You're in the background. She's unimpressed with being up high, which is she's like, we've got her in the laundry. Pets don't live inside in our house, as you can see. The pet is obviously not inside.
Yep.
But the rule is, this is the rule we had in my uni days. We had like a flat with like 10 rooms, and as you know, as renters, like weird lease conditions. Except my parents were the landlords, so the lease said no pets. So we didn't have any pets as long as they didn't touch the floor. They weren't pets.
They weren't pets.
So you can imagine with 9 bedrooms, there's like 14 people. We had this cat called Colin that just like would go from one person to the other. Like I'm quite an early riser. I would get up in the morning and like Colin would come in and have breakfast, and then Paul would wake up at 1. And it'd be like, Paul's turn, 4 people down.
Toss the cat.
Wake up, and I'm
Hot
like,
potato.
see ya, I'm off to uni. Oh. breakfast time.
I love that.
That's very
Hot
cool.
potato.
Sorry.
Captain. Captain.
Back to important D&D stuff.
I
Because
think,
animals
yeah,
on the
you're
internet don't blow up.
Yeah,
right. I mean, not like physically, like that would be no.
that's a different side of the internet. That's the dark web.
Wow. Yeah, I think that's pretty much what we have for episode 31. And
Yeah,
as
I
you
got
said,
nothing to add to that.
Sean probably doesn't have a lot of notes for episode 32 because that was a little bit about some of his story, or
Yes.
I have
a little bit of
very
an arc
comprehensive
that began
notes.
into that.
I definitely don't. It's
My
not as much, but I
comprehensive,
do have notes.
my comprehensive notes say, giant wall painting of the gods fighting each other. On his bed dolls. You have the eyes of the Fang Master on you.
So that first part was in Vartex's room,
Yep.
and
Yep.
the words were translated by him, I believe, for you to, as you say, eyes of the Fang Master are on you. Whatever that means.
Whatever that means.
So that was the first 12 minutes of the episode.
Lily also told Sean what she wanted, or at least part of what she's going for. A little crystal cross. Not so far away, right around the corner.
Yeah.
And you linked Gradward to the dagger due to the coloration of the crystal sphere because you were passing by. And you also found Sean's dad.
Yep.
Oh, is this where we
Which-
found the boxes too?
Yes.
Yep.
And John's dad, and you investigated the city a slight bit and found some really creepy creatures living there.
Yep.
So this is 32, yeah? So
Yes.
Howls of the
the
Dead.
Dead.
Streamed on the 23rd of the 5th, 2022. I've got... So Delatuna spoke to Karen, who is maybe Jaina.
Yes, that's a new name, Karen.
Ingwe's hanging out with Vartex.
Mhm.
John also talks to Delatunis. Then I've got John and Lily sitting in a tree. Cursed. I've got a weird blub message from Sonos.
Yeah.
I've also got Orak Orantian. And then you have the eyes of the
Orakashun.
Yeah.
That's real important, and that links to. Does that link to my backstory? Is that like a thing that I?
No, that does. The actual words for the Fang Masters.
Yeah, you have the
on
eyes
you.
of the Fang Master on you.
That is the actual
That's
words.
Yeah.
Orok Akro.
Oh, that's right. I remembered it, and then I had to translate. Yeah. Okay, got it.
Yep, that's why it's there.
I've got here. Drakik doesn't know his family. He was abandoned in a monastery when he was 7 years old, which is sad. Random ruins near Gratvort, dragon shield dagger, map with a scrap of a map, the Church of Old, and then the greatest of loves, Derlin and Macy.
Yes, that's when you realized who that body really was.
Aye.
You found the ring. I think
found
that
a
was
few things,
described
yeah.
on the ring.
Found the wedding ring, and you found a scrap of a map, a little weird stone arrow, and a dagger plunged in the back.
Yep. Shield with a skeletal dragon wrapped around it.
And the skull removed from the body.
Yep.
Very true.
That was also when we first saw what lurks within the walls, I believe, from a little
Yes.
investigation.
You got a little bit of insight into what the heck's going on in there.
Yep.
And you got to see a little bit of it from the outside. And then I think that's where you realized that you probably needed to convince the rest of the party to go inside.
Yep.
And that brings us to the next episode, I think, unless someone has some notes that they're really important that we have to go. So number 33,
The
Memento
fox's
Mori.
name is Truffles. That's another note I have.
That's
the fox
very
was
important.
named Truffles. Very important.
Truffles. Yeah. So
Is this episode really called Bonus Mum, or is that just me running down a dumb thing?
That was me telling you to look at Bonus Mom because she has cool content on TikTok.
Oh, so what's the episode called?
Episode 32 or 33?
33.
33, Memento Mori, which means remember you die.
Okay.
Just a little bit.
I was reading back and I was like,
So, this was the episode where you entered the city. So, Laura, do you have any good notes for this one?
Define good.
Better than Jacob's initial one?
Probably not.
Oh,
not
really?
particularly.
Nope.
Alright. Session 33, Memento Mori, streamed on 30th of the 5th, 2022. Map of Inter, Church of Old. Fucking undead fucking dragon of fucking death in exclamation marks.
Pretty accurate.
Founder's plaque at entrance with a creepy scarecrow, Kellen and Meredith Wardenfall, dark holy-nosed zombies. Those are my notes for session 33.
Okay.
I've also got John figures out Dad's dead body is here.
Yep.
Plaque with Blessed Be the Founders, Callum Aldersfold and Meredith Aldersfold, along with like 7 other names that Tom read, but I didn't write any of them down. And there was a pouch with golden gems and a little metal rod. Did you figure out what the little metal rod was? Is that in the next episode?
You did figure that out.
It's a rod attuned to the plane of fire.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
You checked
Which
that
is
out
important.
after.
Right? That's important. We find that out that's important to my story because
Keep going.
It's like,
in a
what
couple
can I reveal?
in a couple of episodes, there's like, it's hard. This is the bit that I find really hard that I was saying before we streamed, was like knowing stuff that my character doesn't know,
Yeah.
and then acting like you don't know, but then also like you're in a game where your character knows way more stuff than's on the stream. So like I'm in the space where I'm like, wow, I know that's important, but Ingwe definitely hasn't made that connection yet, even though he's trying really hard making mind maps and stuff. Like the plane of fire. Oh, that's where they've hidden someone, or actually where my real mum is.
We'll see.
We'll find out.
Excited.
Step into
Yeah.
the Twilight Zone.
You're correct. That is also a good part of it. You didn't identify it yet. I think there was the next episode. This specific episode, you did enter the city. You started by figuring out that some of John's ancestors were part of the founders of the city. You found a nice little pouch with some gold and a little rod sticking out. You found a bottle of wine. And what was the last thing? There was one more thing.
Was the Jack in the Box, or did that come after?
No, that was part of the trap, because you all set off the traps at the same time. And that was the 2 traps that has been set, and then the little Jack in the Box came out, and the alarm went off, and shit hit the fan. You realize that death lives here. You realize that there is at least one undead dragon, a horde of zombies and skeletons, undead werewolves. There were a bone claw. There was ghosts, ghouls, and a large manner of undead creatures. Let's just leave it at that. And you didn't even enter the city proper. You were on the outskirts of the very furthest north region, where you tried to get into a old inn, seemingly looking for clues, or seemingly looking for a secret entrance to a secret crystal cross that wasn't there anymore.
But we didn't finish the battle this episode. The battle was the next episode.
I don't think so, no.
This ended on the cliffhanger of us. No, we did this. We had the break and then we had the battle.
Yeah, exactly.
I think,
yeah. Because the next one is Country Road because you're leaving to go home to John's place. So this one you did have the whole fight, and you were very lucky to make it out of there because of the choices that you made. There was a good chance that you were going to be fucked because one building collapsed underneath Drekik and Celeste, causing them to land in the middle of a whole bunch of things. Sean had been moving too far away from the rest of them to catch up, and Ingwe saved everyone with a clutch move with a wall of horses.
And we figured out that it takes 42 seconds from letting the traps off to the arrival of the undead dragon.
Yep.
You did make it out of there with a scroll case with some notes. You haven't really looked at that, but you have them. You got the gold, you got the little metal rod that turned out to be the Fireplane attunement rod. You also learned that the Black Legion definitely has a presence there, and that it seems like, from what you could read from the notes, as I believe you did see, is that there is an individual who was cause of all this named Davina, who you have not met.
I've also got here, and it's crossed out on my page, so I'm assuming that I don't actually have it, but I've also got here a coin of luck. Is that something?
Oh yeah, which we gave to Jean.
Yeah.
You did give that.
Which, before we knew what it was, we called it the coin of nope. Or
the
something like that. So I've got the coin of nope / luck coin.
Yep, so that's the one with one use, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's pretty much what I have for the episode here myself.
Yeah.
Other than it was an interesting, time-sensitive fight.
Yeah. I don't know if it'll become important at all at a later point, but the name of the tavern which Lily led us to was the Lonely Squire. So I got that noted down just in case.
Yep.
Love it.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
So next episode, 34, Country Road. Anyone have any interesting notes on that one? I'm guessing that Sean doesn't, because we're still kind of going through parts of his story arc, if you could say it like that.
His notes are still more comprehensive than mine. I've done the thing. Actually, I shouldn't do that. Actually, I've just that's been my insight. Is Sharok, who keeps very good notes, is like, I don't note things down my character wouldn't know it, because then it helps. And then I was like, I should do that too. And actually, no, I shouldn't. I should just write the notes.
Yep.
Because I don't keep very good notes, so I should just write stuff down.
I started doing that as well, but I preface before the note. I'm like, Jean doesn't know this. Jean doesn't know this. Jean doesn't know this.
Yeah.
Good idea.
That's good.
I do have some notes. I can go over it.
Yes.
Go for it.
Session 30. Oh, I lost track.
34.
34, right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing that happens right at the beginning as we're leaving that place is we have a nice, good old discussion about lessons learned from this situation regarding the dangers and how long it takes. And I believe we talked about the fact that one of the knights yelled out for the Black Legion. So sort of spoke that. Yeah, well, we definitely know they're related now, at least. But yeah. Jean collects firewood and checks on his puppy's bones. Celeste makes tea. Drekik is sus on Jean and has a perv. So to speak. A little sneaky look. And Ingwe introduces the foxes to Vartex. Ingwe asks Vartex if he'd look after the foxes, and he agrees. Ingwe then summons a group of pixies to play with the foxes, but they immediately start hissing at Vartex and behaving very fearful and aggressive towards him. Vartex shows his hand and stating that he likes Ingwe more than the rest, possibly not liking the rest of us at all. Vartex claims to be in love with someone. Her name is Mira, and they used to be troublemakers together. He tells Ingwe that she passed on long ago. He then also states the only good pixie is a dead pixie or a gone pixie. They chat about checking on Derlin, or the group chats about checking on Derlin, who seems to still be held up where Jean left him off. We learn that the coin is the magic luck coin, and we learn of the rod being that of a sort of, tuned to the elemental plane of fire. As we approach the farm, we see that it's surrounded by traps. Jean helps to lead the group through. Everyone rolled better than him anyway, so it was more them helping him. A cow and pig are seen within the farm, giant wooden walls with spikes impaled with their heads, and a three-eyed wolf, sort of head being prominently right in the center of it all. They speak with Derlin. This is where it's going to get a little shaky because this is where I'm doing a lot of talking. Speak with Derlin. He learns, sort of reunites with his son, sees that he set up shop here and all that. And when asking about how he managed to look out for himself all this time, he was talking about he made a new friend who bestowed him a bow and a necklace. While there as well, some undead came along and took some of the heads from the pikes and then just left. When asked about the three-eyed wolf, he doesn't know where it came from, what its origin was, or much about it, but just that he managed to kill it, or that they managed to kill it, and that's why it's set up there. The individual's name was Arbeladon, I believe, and they believe that it was a mutation, possibly due to something occurring in the region. Derlin occasionally visits Loch Siebel for supplies. And while they're chatting, Ingwe slips out and chats with the cow and the pig, which I believe there was an internet connection or something at the time. So we were like, Ingwe's chatting with the cow and the pigs.
Yeah. I think that's true, though. Yeah.
I've got there that, importantly, the cow and the pig have not been there before.
Oh, there you go. So,
Do know. It's very relevant. It's gonna be
I
don't know where
question,
there is.
I think your question to that was if they'd ever been in Gradwalk.
Good.
that makes a lot more sense.
They've been on the farm for a little bit.
We bury Jean's father, Derlin Sr., and Drekik performs a lovely ceremony. And Drekik sees a visage of baby, who he assumes is Baby Ran. Not so much a baby, but a young kid. Take a visage of Derlin Sr. and walk away with him. Jean places his wife's tear on the stand where Derlin had made a small memoriam for his mother, and left it there. Celeste goes to the outhouse / bathhouse and suddenly sees red eyes staring her down from beneath the water, and then is suddenly dragged beneath the ocean. That's what I got for 34. It's not as elaborate as I thought, because I just realized now it didn't space 35 and 4, so I was looking at notes for both, and I'm like, no, I actually got a decent amount of notes for this. But yeah.
I think that's pretty much what happened in the greater good of things. A lot of traps. Someone stepped on traps, got hurt.
Yep.
You got ambushed by Derlin outside because you couldn't see him.
Yep.
And learned that he's pretty good at taking care of himself, it seems. Lots of traps, including a giant scissor across the door. And a little bit of drinking, but you didn't really want to let your son drink. So, yeah. And he has a new friend, Belladon, who was an elf. And yeah, I think that's pretty much what it was. You got to relax a little bit and catch up before you decided to all head towards Kingshelm to see Midos and such.
Yeah.
Right here. So episode 35.
Wait, can we just can you just so we in 34 we're just at John's house.
You ended it there at Sean's house. Yeah, you were traveling and talking a lot, and then you ended there with Celeste getting dragged underwater in the bathtub.
Yeah, and I think I missed that. No, I got that. That was at Jean's house.
Yes.
Yes.
The outside bath house that they had installed there.
At Jean's house. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that
under the water.
That whole episode was just at John's house, and then the next episode we went to. No, we traveled. We arrived.
It was mostly you arriving there, and you're talking about things that just happened and such like that. So it was just on the travel time there.
And where did we arrive at?
Sean's farm.
After Jean, we did John's farm, and then we left John's farm to arrive at.
We haven't left yet.
We haven't left
yet. But you talked about where to go and why to take Derlin with you and all that. But it ended with Celeste having a bath.
Yeah. I believe we all went to bed, and that was the following morning?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we really like doing them to Napa because it's like really good for us to also remember what the hell's going on because we go back through our notes and just put them like piece it all together again. Because sometimes, or together we make one brain cell.
It's also good in case sometimes people forget what they have in their inventory or forget to add something to their inventory or misread a name or Ingwe specifically is very good at jumbling up names and places. So if we were following Ingwe's personal journal, it would be a very different story.
Ingwe is actually very good at taking note of things. So I'm really struggling with this character to play the person that keeps the track of all the details. Because it's like, who would know that piece of information? Ingwe would know that piece of information. Jacob does not know the piece of information that Ingwe would know.
Catch me dead playing a high whiz character. Like Laura just can't fucking do it.
Kill me.
I mean Ingwe also comes from a different society, so maybe the things he thinks is important just isn't important to everyone else.
That's how I play it anyway.
I remember every single person's shoes. I remember every single way that someone says the word umph, but I don't remember where they lived. Because places are
because he was too busy memorizing, like, the way that their hair fell over their shoulders and the way that their clothes were stitched. He wasn't actually paying attention to what they were saying.
Well, the smells in the air and stuff. Yeah. That's fair. Right. Let's jump to number 35 then. Old friends and new enemies.
This is the episode where we had a big, we split the party, right?
Yes, so it started with Celeste having a bath.
Oh, yeah.
Because that section was not completed. It just started at the end of the previous episode. So I'm not sure if you remember anything about what happened then.
What happened in the bath, Celeste?
It's a bit personal.
What do you do Tell us about your bath time.
My private time. So I don't have great notes for this episode, ironically. Even though a lot of it I feel like did relate back to Celeste, and I guess that's a tracking thing when it's a little bit of a story about you. You don't actually write that good of notes. But in the bath ocean, I've got here green hand and red eyes trying to drown Celeste in the bath ocean. And then I remember, I don't have notes for this, but I remember there was like a hand and it was like grabbing her neck and like pushing her down. And she was like trying to scream, but it didn't work. And then so eventually she like cast a spell basically, and then the hand disappeared and she came up back in the bathtub.
Yes.
That's kind of how I remember it.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Time it's Celeste.
And it's not till later that she asks about like what it is.
So that was at John's house.
Yes.
And then we traveled.
Yeah, I think we were like, we'll just get ready for the dance. Let's I'm gonna go have a bath before we take more of a trip. And then shit went down. Then we're just standing in the house all right, we're ready. Are you ready?
Just made a jacuzzi in there.
Yeah.
Because that's what she was actually doing. She was like heating up the room because it was all like icy. So she actually like was heating up the water and made it like really steamy. So like there are sounds of bubbles and we're like, oh, that's just Celeste just having a made his jacuzzi in there. Tracks.
Fair enough.
So I've got notes. I'm pretty sure is it Ingwe reading? Did he find the books here? The rest of the books?
So you traveled to Loxibel to visit another friend of John's, and
Yes.
there was a library there, the Arcanum.
And John went to see his friend, and Celeste. John and Drakic went to see the friend, and Celeste and I went to read books.
Correct.
Yeah.
So there's questions that you were looking for answers for in the books, and Sean and Drakic went to visit Crumrick and met Cleggy, which later turned into a different situation, but we'll get there.
So I've got some good notes, I think, about Celeste and I's visit to the library, and then actually decent notes about what happened afterwards as well.
Okay.
So I've got the story is a young princess was captured by an evil king. The princess falls in love with the prince in the land of Armaden. True love and blessed with a child. The evil king wouldn't let her go. She surrendered so her loved ones wouldn't be in pain. But the princess was smarter and hid them in the land of elder power where they could be safe. And I've got in brackets, that's the fire one. The princess was sent far away to perform one last impossible task. Her friends hid the child away. The author was Eugenie. Oh no. And then the name of the child was Eugenie, which is backwards of Ingwe. And I didn't write that down as a note, but now that I've remembered, I just wrote it down. It's like important, and then I was like, "Oh, that must be the author." And then now I'm going, "Oh no, wait a second, that's." And then sees a vision of it. Oh, the image is a doorway made of fire, which then links back to why the fire thing. Was there anything else about that I've missed in that story?
You missed that maybe your mum wasn't your mum, but
Yeah.
that's
Anyway,
only
doesn't know
part.
that yet.
No, but I mean, story-wise, it does say something similar.
Yes.
Yeah. You also.
I looked in the archive about Gratfall.
That's
and
true.
There was a large group of paladins tried to retake the Church of Larrick.
Yeah, so Church of Larrick was wanting to take it back.
Yeah. And so recently Gaborian Khalistan was a paladin of Larrick, tried to travel to the city and didn't come back 6 months ago. He believes the cause of the evil comes from the crystal tower that has formed since the city fell. He also noticed the Wardenfall family came from the city and noted that the crystal cross has been retrieved and put into the king's collection, a piece of information that Ingwe knows and hasn't shared with the rest of the group. And the book referred to the Book of Death that was also in the private collection of the king. So that's like quite important notes. Do you have that noted down? Just out of curiosity, Sharok, have you noted down that Jean doesn't know the important thing?
Yes and no. So I don't have it noted down here specifically because Jean didn't know it, but I believe I have it noted later when we found the 3 different books in it's not here, is it? Because we then took the books and we also wrote all the information we found about it in a notebook. I believe Celeste noted everything down.
So the books that you're referring to are when we went to Kingshelm in the Church of Larrick. Yeah, that's I think what you're talking about.
I believe in one of the books there, it also
in the Church of Larrick. Yeah. Okay. So
So this time
I've missed
John
a
had
few
no idea.
half episodes and stuff. So does John know that the King's Collection has the Crystal Cross?
I believe he does now.
Okay, that's helpful
Yeah.
for Jacob. Ingwe would just share that. No, actually, Ingwe's keeping secrets because Jean's clearly keeping secrets, but he doesn't know which secrets are important and which are not. So he's like,
a bit like early on, like in episode 7 or something. Like Ingwe did the "I'm gonna hide in the forest" thing. Like,
Yeah.
wasn't actually important because he just wants to keep secrets because that's what the cool kids are doing.
Yep.
So, but Ingwe would have been there when John found out about the crystal cross being in the thing. Okay, that is helpful because Ingwe, like, I'm real keen to like break into the King's collection.
We'll get that
But
part at some point. I've got that all noted down. So we'll find out exactly what Sean does and what doesn't know that. I believe so. From memory, I believe so.
And then, so you didn't note that down in that episode because you weren't there because we split the party.
Yeah, I was like, okay, this is something that...
know about that.
Yeah.
No.
I'm just asking because I want to get better at... I mean, I'm not going to get better at note-taking. No, I'm going to get better at note-taking.
Yeah,
I believe in you.
Old friends and new enemies got very good notes. So then the other thing is I've got here is Cromrig's Apothecary.
Cromrig's
Apothecary. So we visited and bought some stuff. I don't know what. I didn't take any other notes about that.
That's Sean's friend.
That's John's mate.
That's why I didn't take notes.
And then Cleggy was the artificer type of person who had set up shop with him. Was a goblin.
And then I've got Crickold and Ariana. Are they John's things? Is that why I haven't written anything else?
Oriana and Clickvall are two paladins and from the Church of Larrick, whom you talk to in this city.
Golden Patrons and the Archidron.
You talked about religion with them, the Golden Patrons and the Archidron, but these are not part of any of those two. But they are the Church of Larrick, and they were fairly helpful in response to trying to help you, or wanting to at least cleanse Grabward.
Yeah, so they wanted to join because Ingwe was like, let's build an army and kind of go and kill it. There's 42 seconds and we can kill the dragon. I'm really confident we can just do this thing you've been trying to do for multiple generations.
We got it.
Sorry, you didn't meet Oriana yet because she was not there. She was in King's Helm, but he directed you to go talk to her.
Okay, so Crickold directed us to go talk to Ariana.
And he is the paladin who said that, you have my weapons if you want, I'll come with you.
Yes, okay.
No.
I then have some notes about after we've met up. Jean, Sharok, do you want to do what happened in between before we meet the motorbike gang?
I've got where you unveiled the instructions. Is that what we're talking about?
No. Didn't you go? You went and spoke to.
Oh.
I haven't written anything down about the Cromrig's Apothecary. Apart from that, I've written that down, and then I stopped taking notes, which is a dumb thing to do. But I stopped taking notes when it was your turn, which I won't do in the future because I think I should do that.
I think I didn't put too much down for that because I think it was a pretty simple thing. I think it was like, hey, I'm here. Whoa, it's expanded. He's got a new buddy that seems to be working with him. Oh, he's busy right now? All right, well, I'll just say a quick howdy and then we'll meet and have a proper chat at the Belching Boar, which we all met up with after. So my notes are pretty simple for that too. It's pretty much just like, yeah, we met and had a quick, hey, how you been? All that sort of stuff, but then caught up properly with Cromrig. The boar hearts at the Belching Boar.
Where we met Gregory Wiggles, Bobby Gregory, James Bobby Wiggle James.
I don't know if you've
The
got
Sons of Flip.
I don't know if you've got notes for this, Jacob, because this is all written in my notes before we meet, like we go to the Belching Boar and do that thing.
Yeah.
But there was something else that was important that Celeste and Ingwe spoke about when they were at the archive.
Okay.
Which was Celeste actually took that that plaque, like that block of iron that your mum had given you, and
Silver one.
Yes, and translated it. Yeah.
Yes.
No, she cleaned it so you can read it.
Yeah. So I have typed that in my Ingwe backstory, but I
yep.
do remember that. Yes. Yeah.
Because I've got that written
No.
here, and I was like, you've just glossed over that whole
Massive
important.
piece of information.
That's what I was like. Do you want me to do the instructions bit, or which way? Okay, yeah.
No, yeah, you're right. You did clean the map in silver. Sorry, the instructions in silver,
Where
and
it
realized that there was a golden map attached to this that you
Tim
know
has.
where it is.
23X137Y.
Hmm.
Start with the sun marks the. I don't have this really well written. Start with the sun marks the something.
Marks the rock.
Marks the rock. Follow the palm.
Follow the double palm.
The what?
Is the double palm? Is that right?
Yep.
Double palm.
Yeah. I've thought that I was doing a good idea and like scrolled and then haven't actually written it down. Yeah, cool. So that's going to be important. Yes. Thank you.
And I've also got here. Oh, sorry.
No, go for it.
There's one other thing that we found at the archive as well. Celeste was looking at like water-related things that could be trying to drown her, and she figured out that it's a magic user who's removing memories, potentially a sea hag who's cursed her at some point, which is why she's having those visions of like drowning and being dead and stuff.
But you didn't. But did you tell Ingwe? Did we share that knowledge? That says Celeste has the knowledge.
Yeah, that's just
herself thing.
Yeah, because she doesn't know what the fuck's going on, so she's not going to start freaking people out until she actually. And it's at the moment, it's only like literally all her shit is only affecting her, in regards to that. So it's like she's just trying to figure out.
I'm looking forward to eventually when we go to an archive and Ingwe takes a step, because you've stepped away to read about that. Sean stepped away to read about the cross and thing. Ingwe will follow suit, probably reading about something else quietly in the corner, and then Drakic will do it just to hold the book and pretend to be reading.
Looking at picture books.
Yep. I also
He's in the
have
kids
secret
section.
information I need to research.
And then find the actual thing and
Yeah.
know what it is.
Definitely found it. Puts the book away.
Steals the book. Steals the book.
Never
Keeps
actually
it.
reads
Holds on to
it.
it.
I don't know. But yeah, at that point, I think that's when you learned about boot beer.
Oh god, shoeies. Oh fuck.
Yep.
Drinking out of shoes.
Oh.
And the Sons of Flimp arrived on their hover bikes.
Yep.
And things took a strange turn.
And I believe you described it also that their genre they play sounds like when you hit a cow with a rock.
That was
I did
what
not get
the
that at first, but yeah.
Yeah. That was how should I say, one of the locals' description.
Yep.
Yes. Very cow rock.
I'll just do it briefly, but I've got here where they talk about the songs that they play or the names of the songs, and my notes read out word for word like this: the heroes of Broken Bridge (brackets) those bastards in all caps, close bracket, the Cogwheel Renegades, Fire Pit Hero open bracket, those absolute motherfuckers close bracket.
I don't think they're all
representative.
I don't think they're all necessarily like names of songs, but there's definitely some stuff in there.
Yeah, they were at least referenced in some way.
Oh, the old man.
I've got here biker gang Sons of Flump band in brackets stealing our stories for songs in brackets. Fuck you, Tam.
Very true. Yeah, that was definitely some interesting thing. It looks like they got a record deal at the end of the night.
Yeah.
And they tried to make amends in a way, but I don't know if that really helped. But
yeah.
Yeah. And at the end of that, you ended up leaving in the morning on a boat with an individual that Celeste knew.
Old filthy friend.
I've also got a side note that when Ingwe went to visit Vartix, his appearance was hate to see. His appearance in the mirror was not like his appearance.
Yeah, you saw it changing from something to him. Not quite sure what. And yeah, you took the boat. You learned about filthy threads, but you also heard. you didn't hear much. You didn't really talk to him yet. So I'd say that you met Filthy Fred and you had a free boat ride. Or at least you think you paid for it, except for Celeste who got money back. And then you went to nearby Ludark, with a fortress, the most protected city. And there was a Triton that seemed to be doing something weird in the water and signaling you to not say anything. And that's where we left that episode, I think.
Yep. Did we? Because I've got here, which is definitely not the correct note, but did we did like a history check or something with Ludak and found out who it was run by, right? It was
Yes.
like a count
So it's Count. I can't remember his first name of Mane, which is his family name, which is a. There used to be a fortress that protected from north invasions because the borders have shifted, and now the borders are where they are. But back then it was a very fortified city.
Yeah.
And you also there was also a ship anchored in Loxibo that you also kind of saw, that warship not far from where we were. And then you just kind of saw all the cannons and all that kind of stuff. And the city was just like a big giant fortress with the entire city inside.
That's right. Yeah, I'd written "Run by Count. Ask Tom after the stream."
Oh.
I was like, yeah, I definitely forgot to do that. Sweet.
Lucky we do recaps.
Fair enough. That's fair. I can find it to you. I can find it for you right now if you want.
Oh, that's all good. We'll do it. We'll do it after a break or something like that.
I just don't remember his first name off the top of my head for some weird reason, but it is definitely Count Mane.
Yeah.
Count something the seventh Mane.
And so, but only Drekik and Ingwe saw the crazy Triton shit that was going on.
That wasn't yet.
Oh, that didn't happen in this episode.
That is not until the next episode.
Okay.
So I think only Ingwe saw the guy going shh and like putting the water to sleep. I think that was just Ingwe who saw that.
And then
Yes.
Drakik was the one who saw the other shit. Yeah, next episode.
The next day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And Ingwe also saw some children running around, one of them wearing his magical cloak.
That's right. Yep.
Anyway. Yeah, that's pretty much that one. So the next episode's called According to Plan, number 36. Does
Oh,
anyone
God.
have any good notes for this one?
Define good.
This was a big battle episode, wasn't it? We battled the whole.
Well,
This was
technically
yes,
a horror
yeah.
episode.
yeah. The second half was a very like chaotic episode.
Yeah. Although my opening note is Filthy Fred has wed Olga.
Yes.
Yes,
they're
from the
married.
boat.
Yeah. Now you got to have a conversation with Fred about things. You found out that
Right,
he's
this-
wed Olga and he really loves her, and she's really good at cooking, which is a lie. And
Yes,
you
maybe.
also learned that an associate of yours, Laura, or Celeste, may or may not be dead. Where
Definitely is not
previously
dead.
presumed that he definitely was.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. So I've got here Fred. I last saw Fred 1 year before the incident,
Mhm.
and then I've got here that Helda is alive and is now a, was it commander, not captain,
Commandeur.
commodore,
Commodore.
with a fleet of at least 5 ships.
And the ship that
Which-
you know used to be his ship is no longer his flagship.
Which she's not surprised about.
And one of my favorite lines from the episode where Celeste describes him as so vile that even hell chewed him up and would spit him back out.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Yeah, so I've got that, and then I think we jump to Kingshelm. So like where I've got my notes, it goes Heldar is alive, Commandeer with a fleet of 5, at least 5 ships, and then I go barracks under attack in Kingshelm. Like that's literally the jump that I've got here.
Well, you
So I'm
pretty much
guessing-
travel directly
But I think we
down the
did
route there.
a very important thing that I remember happening here that I haven't got notes out is that we started putting together our plans for our enterprise to build an inn or a tavern
Yes.
on the banks where we dock.
That is true. That was noted as a very good idea.
with our combined 400 gold that we currently have, we're well on our way.
Easy,
setting up
done and
the-
done.
Well, we'll see. Maybe in 8 years there will be a place there.
Oh my god. We should go there and see what happens.
Well, we'll see. Yeah, that's correct. You saw some Tritons, or at least I think
Drekking did.
Drekig did. Saw an army of Tritons, at least according to him, which didn't seem normal, but also no one else saw it, so no one really believed him.
No, because I remember this Drekik spoke to Ingwe about it, and
He pointed
Ingwe
it out to you.
dismissed it as like a very normal thing. And then Drekik was like, "Oh, okay, Ingwe's been here longer than me, so it must be normal."
Yeah.
He's been here for 12 days. I've only been here for 7. Sure,
yeah,
okay.
I've
Celeste
got
was,
here. Yeah.
I was gonna say Celeste was awake talking. That this was during that conversation where Celeste was talking to Fred about it, and then
Yeah.
Drekik saw the thing at the same time, and then was like, "Hey, Celeste," because I remember this because I rolled a natural 20 and I saw nothing.
Yep.
That's-
Yep.
I don't have that written down anywhere, but
No, that's my. Yeah, there you go. That's my note. Yep. Rolling a nat 20 and sees nothing. All exclamation mark.
yeah. And I think the next morning, that's when Drekik was like, "Hey, Ingwe, we saw this." Like that's when we filled in everyone about like we saw this thing. Well, Drekik saw this thing last night. So I was like, he's probably just tired.
Just making shit up.
Very true.
I did note that when Celeste saw nothing, Tom specified it was like nothing after nothing, like no fish, no little critters in the water, no like nothing.
Empty water.
Just like glass, like just looking through a sheet of glass.
Pretty much. Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. And then you ended up in Kingshelm, where you very quickly had another surprise.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so that's where I've got the barracks are under attack in Kingshelm. There are dead bodies with white eyes. Prince Bastian and I'm so sorry. And Lorien the Bard are hung. Lady and Logan are crucified. Hail the Black Legion. Langan Steelsinger, feather in his hat, Purple Man. Little girl Mina, Anton. And that's it. That's literally all my notes for that session.
Well, but
Sorry,
yeah, you're technically not wrong. You found the old garrison slaughtered, and one person was hanging from the bell tower. The entire royal family, in the sense that not the royal family, but the prince and his family had all been hung, including Lorien, who had been wed to his daughter. So indirectly, by saving him, you killed him.
Love that for us.
And only one survivor. Luckily, Logan was just strong enough to survive, and with your help of healing, you managed to actually get him out of there before anything worse happened to him.
Yep.
You also saved the little girl Mina, who was the only other survivor of the incident. And you made a new friend, Mr. Langdon Steelsinger, who is on the shit list for some reason.
Mr. Macaroni.
And we saw that Aaron Crimson Wright was not in the same place where he should have been with Logan.
Yes, so he was the only one of the three that was not there,
Yeah.
and he was supposed to be at work that day.
And the last words that Logan uttered before blacking out was also Aaron's name.
Yes, correct. So there is a definite lead there towards that. And as you eventually took Mina in, you escaped with her after having her spend some time with Vartex in secrecy. And you went to her home and kind of spent the night in their home, catching up on some sleep while trying to comfort the little girl, knowing that her father probably had passed away.
Yep.
And that's pretty much where that episode ended, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't see anything additional. I mean, besides the extremely gory specific details of that fight, everything was covered.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, Dizzy, everyone just dies. That's the spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Everyone's dead now.
Unless you play things backwards, then it's a happy ending. Anyway,
Yeah. We all just go our separate ways and live peaceful, fucking normal lives. We've just got
reverse it
far
to
enough.
the point where they're like, "We're about to get a new job."
It's
Yeah.
like that
Great.
that tweet I think Liam O'Brien put out or something, and it was like, why do adventurers always have tragic backstories? And it's like, because old mate who's running a farm with everything running well is not going to be like, hey Tim, you want to go fucking kill a beholder of death that spits acid and like boils the guts of people? And it's like, no, fuck off.
I'm good.
I'm being a farmer.
Oh yeah,
I'm
man.
good bacon bread.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
raspberry tart I just made. I'm sweet. Life's good.
That's funny. Well, episode 37. A spark of life.
Guards arrive and surround the house.
Dun, dun, dun.
Is that where we started?
Yeah,
Or is
pretty
that,
much.
am I a bit slow? You're correct. Anton Lance was Mina's father. Aaron Crimson Right is to blame. Logan is the garrison hospital at the halls of justice. Roken Karameshi brackets Valentina Karameshi. Guards formed outside the city. Ludak is burning. The majority of Ludak fortress is burning. Ship off in the distance from Loch Siebel. Stargazer.
That was the name of the ship.
Yeah,
I've got another page of notes, but I think there was stuff that happened before I get to that. Did we fight? Is this a fight thing? Did we? No, we
No.
spoke
No.
to. Steel Singer came in and we spoke. The rest of the conversation, the short notes that I got was a conversation we had with Logan.
Yeah. So so Langdon came and had a conversation with you, and he pissed you off on several occasions.
Yeah.
But he managed to convey the message that the little girl would be in better hands with someone else. But you didn't believe him. And he informed you what happened at Blue Duck, and that now Aaron Crimson Right was obviously most wanted, and they were trying to find him. That's
And
pretty
we also-
much it, I think.
We get a lore, like a little bit of a lore drop here, I think, which is going to come up more later. We're talking, where I've got here, Ludak is under attack by unknown attackers. And then I've got, underneath that, there's a white tiger man, POI.
Nah, that's the next bit. When we go to Jean's house, the Tiger Man's there.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
So-
later
so-
when you arrive at the house where he comes
Oh,
up.
because this is before, because then after I've got, like after that I've got White Tiger Man, then I've got Langdon Steel Singer, Mr. Macaroni, Dwarf with Warhammer for the Church of Larrick, Grand Redeemer.
Nah, yes, but that's when the Warhammer guy is before the White Tiger Man.
So the
How have
Warhammer,
I got it written that way?
so the Warhammer was Oriana, and she's the Grand Redeemer of the Church of Larrick, which you wanted to go talk to. You did have a whole conversation with her about getting an army and stuff.
Which is from the previous episode. The dude told us to go see her.
Yes.
And then
Yeah.
we saw her on
Saw
the way
them.
to Jean's house.
Correct. And then when you arrived at Sean's family's house, there was guards there, and you saw the White Tiger Man and an individual with black hair.
Bowler Hat Man.
No, yeah, he was also there. There was those two coming down from having a meeting with Midos and leaving. And the
But
guy with the
importantly,
bowler hat and the other younger boy.
Maisie is
stayed
chilling.
there. And
Yeah.
Maisie was chilling, just
Yeah.
kind of
that's-
knitting.
That's my note.
Yeah.
But in
Maisie
the
is
way
chilling.
that my notes are written, that I don't know how I've got White Tiger Man written before the rest of that stuff. Because then I've got the talk of us talking about like 1 year ago, a guy disappeared, which was Calliston. He has a book on creatures like the dragon skeletons. We saw the zombie thing, the King Attack Rat bought, and then all these other god things, and then like the city and like what happened to the city. Like we haven't even gotten to John's house yet. So how have I got White Tiger Man written before? Like
I
all
can
of that?
see I
don't
can
know.
see your notes in my notes, and I have much less notes than you, and I can see why you've got that because we like jumped. There was a moment where we're heading to John's house, and then Tom was like, "This happened," and we were like, "Oh, hold up! Can I ask another question?" and that's why that happened.
Oh, okay.
I can see it in my notes.
I don't remember that specifically, but yeah, that's probably what happened because you didn't meet or see him until you got there.
See, this is why we have these sessions.
Yes, exactly. That's why
Put
it's good
together
to
our
catch up.
notes.
Also, I have a lot of things going on, so I am not surprised by the little bit of confusion with some of these different things.
That's interesting though, because if we've seen the White Tiger Man, then we. Anyway.
You have definitely seen him. He left from Midas' room with
You and I know
the other
what's
individual.
going on, Laura, but everyone else doesn't.
Yeah, that is true.
Well, then talking about like what we're talking about, we had like Moradin, Rex, Liana, like all the gods, the Lavender Church, which is very exciting.
Yeah.
The city started as lichens and then everyone died, and then everyone came back as zombies, which I'm assuming we're talking about Groundport here.
Yes.
I haven't actually got the city name, but I'm assuming there's not another city where that's happening.
No.
If so, woo, this world needs some woo.
The triple curse
needs
city.
some golden pantheon.
And then I've got here Holy Woman standing in front of a tower, Crystal Tower, Crystal Cross, Book of Death. So that's where we went and we spoke about.
That's the book, yeah.
That's where we went into the archive and had a look at info that we could get.
Yep. And that's when you got the name Davina.
Yes. And then I've got here Gabrian, several individuals affected by a curse, the bells. Then I got Davina, reanimation.
Yes. So it mentioned that the people who were inflicted by some of the Bell's effects were cursed, and they had effects upon them. And that there was an individual named Davina who seemed to have been historically part of this curse. To what extent he didn't know. And this individual was the same guy that was in both Sean's notes that he found and also in the books that Ingwe read earlier.
So this is where Jean catches up to the Crystal Cross being, is that?
Yeah, so this is where we go to the library, right? And yeah, we're all reading that, and this is where I think it's learned. Oh, that's what I was trying to read now on.
Yeah, because the library is in the Temple of Larak. Like they have like
they
an
have their
adjoining
own
room.
Yeah.
Where it's organized by just basically being stacks of books from memory.
Yes,
Yeah.
there's no real order.
But
in that.
didn't you and Drekik leave? Like, didn't you and Drekik be like, I can't read?
I was about to, because hint, Sean was going to step outside and have a word with a particular shadowy figure. But then Drekik was like, well, I can't read here, I'll step out with you. And Sean's like, oh, why don't you step out then and I'll stay and help read then. We don't need two people on watch. Alrighty. So Jean stepped back in, but then I think Drekik stepped back in anyways as well. So yeah,
that's very true.
So were we all keen to break into the King's private collection?
Well, both this party and a home game. But
we'll find out.
I think you are muted, Delor.
Oh, sorry, I was going to say, it's breaking into the King's Collection. That's a conversation that Celeste was going to try and have with Ingwe before the events of last session happened.
Well, in the previous episode, I also have a note that talks about us making plans on the boat before we hopped off. And the king is mentioned there, but I can't remember for the life of me why. It's like, oh, we'll deal with the Karameshis first, then we'll go to the door. Then school?
No,
then
so the, like, because where I'm at, because I've missed, like, elements of this as we go about what you know. Where Ingwe is at, or where Jacob's at, actually, because Ingwe knows that John knows, is Jacob was like, no one else knows that what Jean wants is in the King's Collection. So a bit like going into the city where Ingwe didn't, like, Jean was like, I'm definitely going to the city. We all knew we were going to the city. The only person that actually wanted to go to the city was Jean.
Yeah.
But Ingwe secretly was actually supportive of Jean trying to get to the city. And I thought that's what the King's Collection was about, was like, where Ingwe secretly wanted to get into the King's Collection and no one else wanted to, because no one else knew about the things that Ingwe knew. But if we all know, then we should just break in. It's not. It's not as complicated. It's much simpler if we all want to do it.
I think the reason that word is in there as well is also you had a conversation about talking to the king about creating an army to retake Gradwar.
Yeah, but that was
Also part of
Ingwe's.
that conversation.
That was Ingwe's justification. Ingwe, in Jacob's head, Ingwe has not told Jean about the Crystal Cross being in the collection.
Yeah.
Very true.
But yeah, no, I've definitely got here in the end that we sat down and put all our information together and all that jazz. Because Jean also even tried to straight up steal the book, and then it's like, but we can rent the books, and then Sean's like, oh, okay. Well, in that case, I got this book.
So because Ingwe's trying to keep that secret from John as payback from all his secrets.
Yeah.
So if Jean hasn't figured it out for himself, Ingwe's definitely not telling Jean.
Yeah.
But not in a like. But if Jean's figured it out and lets Ingwe know, they'd be like, fuck.
We sat down and were basically like, here's what we found in the books. And Sean literally had the book of the Crystal Cross.
That
was a drawing.
And can read.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
Very true.
Yeah, because there was a drawing of it, I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
There was a lot of drawings in the books.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so Lily also knows?
Absolutely.
Yeah, 100%. He literally went over and was like, if you can sense anything, and then I rolled a nat 20 on finding a book. So Tom played it out as like my crystal arm just snatched a book out of the shelf. And it was the first book, and it was right there with everything there.
Dizzy, sorry to answer your question. Do we still have the condition that we cannot lie to each other? We don't know whether or not for sure we're assuming yes.
Yes.
The amount of times that I, Laura, think that we have potentially already broken that by like accidentally like lying, probably it may be null and void. But from the character's perspective, 100% yes, they still cannot lie to each other.
Yep.
And that comes up in like the latest episode with the conversation with Sheldon.
It's very difficult to have a conversation where everyone's hiding something. Yeah.
It's really cool. It's a really cool, I think it's a really cool like expansion on what lies are.
And you brought
Because
this
if
on
your
yourself
character-
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But if your character believes it's a truth, like if your character believes, I really enjoy playing Ingwe because Ingwe believes like Jacob knows that Ingwe's telling lies, but Ingwe believes 100% the things that he's saying. So they're not lies, right? Like, the Drekic thing is a great example. I think Daniel does it. Sharok does it too. Like, Sharok does it in a like an obvious, like I'm lying and keeping secrets, so I'm gonna like there's just multiple elements of like. We can't lie to each other, but if we just say we're not going to keep secrets, and Laura like justifies it, she's like, "Yes, we're allowed to keep secrets," and so then it changes the way that you formulate the sentences that you speak. It's so intense.
Yep.
That's why that's my excuse for keeping shit notes.
It's all justified.
My notes. Yeah, but that's very true. I think. So the last thing that happened in that episode was that you went to see your family and you hang out with Midos and Rowan and your family members and everyone, and you had Mina stay there, safe and sound.
So
what could possibly go wrong of bringing all your family members, including a newborn child, into the same roof as an individual who's apparently the only survivor of a serial killer and a group of people who has literally been hunted by who knows what.
Yep.
However, Ingwe woke up in the middle of the night because there was a strange sound down the stairs. He went to investigate, and suddenly there was a werewolf. A giant werewolf. And that's where that episode ended.
Can I do my notes
Yep.
for this session?
For the next one?
Yeah.
Before
Howls
you
of
get
Death.
to the next one.
So this is an interesting, I realized this, that actually we have Howls of Death, and then we also have an episode called Howls of the Dead.
Yep. But with that one there as well, two of my favorite notes, if I may mention from earlier as well, right at the beginning, when we're speaking with Langdon Steelsinger. First and foremost, one of my favorite notes I've ever written, which is, where was it? Langdon makes tea while Derlin makes death threats.
Yes.
And that was also where we first learnt of Roken Karameshi, because we were like, yeah, we work for Karameshi. And they're like, a Roken Karameshi? And we're like, fucking who? What? What are you talking about?
Very much also yes that.
Yeah, absolutely. And so in all caps, I've just basically got a million things being like, who, what the fuck, wasn't she the last? Oh my god, what's going on? And then after that, I also have a note when Celeste was basically getting back at him for being like, oh, you guys are being deceitful. It's like, yeah, you fuck you, man. Pulling all this shit, you're trying to... It just goes, yeah, get him, Laura. I mean, Celeste. Yeah, get him.
Yes.
But yeah. So we learned of Roken there as well, which was, yeah. And we learned of who Steel Singer's boss was, right? We also learned, I've got here that we also learned the name of his boss, asking that. But I definitely did not inquire the spelling of the name or the proper pronunciation, because I've got it as Mannequin Jay-Z.
Yeah.
Is that
No,
correct?
that's right.
Oh,
That's
sweet. Because I've literally got it written as
It's,
Mannequin, and then
it's-
J-Z, which is... I don't
It's
know the spelling
it's
for it.
mannequin J's, like J's.
Oh, I'm thinking like a mannequin of Jay-Z. Like
No,
I've got
yeah,
it spelled-
I
I've got
I
it
knew
spelled
that.
Jayzee.
It's Maimainkeen, and then
M-A-I-N.
Jayzee.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Yep. I wrote the word mannequin and then the rapper Jay-Z, and I'm like, that'll remind me enough
Yeah.
to come back to it. I'm like, I definitely spelt this wrong, but yeah.
Yeah,
Sweet.
so good.
Yeah.
Right, the next episode, Laura, number
Take it away.
38.
Yes, all right. So I've got so many notes for this session. So streamed on the 11th of the 7th, 2022, Howls of Death.
The end.
Master request your services, Dark-Haired Man.
So that was at the very end of the episode.
Don't.
Okay. Does
Although
anyone have something
for,
else?
for next session, I've got this and this and this. So I've got
Yeah,
lots
These
of
are just
notes for
timestamps
next
of when you put in something funny.
session. So I can pull my weight next time, but that's my
Okay.
notes for this session.
Wait. I have before Howls of Death, I have a lot of notes about the city, and click to add title is the title of my next set of notes, which has like god lore and like zombie dragon. Is that what we were talking about where we shared information?
Yeah,
Okay, so
and you
done
talk
that.
to
That's part of it.
Oriana. Yeah.
So that's all in episode 37.
Yeah,
Yes,
we
correct.
spoke about the gods and the alliances being made and all that, and then we also went and visited Karameshis and found things were a bit different, and we're like, all right, and we started talking about the door on the way home. It was like,
And there was a secret entrance that was closed
yes, yeah.
and a main entrance that was open.
Yeah. And the I believe the guards' armor had changed as well. The guards were rocking black and gold, which I couldn't remember if that was the original color, but yeah.
You did not see the guards in the original one because the ones on the inside were more dressed like personal
they were-
guards than armored, full plate mail armor guards with
Yeah.
helmets and stuff. But
Yeah.
you meet them again later, so. Right on.
But
Does
yeah.
anyone has any other notes for episode 38?
Did we find out that did we get the name of the Tiger Man, or did I just write that down because I knew it?
You did.
Oh, good.
Eventually at the very end. So,
Minos
my
had the
notes-
city guard outside, also private militia and a private army. Rowan, the baby, is the newest addition to the family. Post-battle, Steel Singer offers a job to go to Kraffolk and see Cillian.
No.
Wasn't Steel Singer,
Yeah, correct.
but good.
So, what
Wasn't
happened?
Steel Singer who
No,
did the thing?
no, that was not. It was
Who?
another individual.
Who?
Well, he never introduced himself. So what happened was
The
that
Dark-Haired
random
Man from
guy.
my notes. The Dark-Haired Man from my notes.
so you ended up having a fight with a werewolf, which none of you have mentioned.
Yeah.
And
My
it was
first
a
note
very
is
tough
wreck it
fight.
drunk, then fight the werewolf. So it's there.
Yeah. And it seemed to have some abilities that was a little bit different than what you might expect from a creature like this. And it literally killed both the guards stealthily, killed an individual who may and may not be named Lachlan, and he dropped a lot of you to 0 hit points over the course of this fight, including Derlin. And the little girl, Mina, actually died. And Macy was very close. 1 hit point away from being dropped, as far as I remember. When you manage to eventually chase it out with a little bit of help with silver bolts, silver bullets, and magic damage. But it got away. It got away, and you did not get any additional information.
That's his name, isn't it?
What's that?
Dr. Helsing. That's his name.
No. It did drop a bracelet that seemed to be maybe important. And after this happened, you got a visit from Langdon Steelsinger, who found it amusing that you once again were in the midst of big commotion and drama, and asked a lot of questions, and eventually left after Mina was brought back to life. And the 4 of you and Jonas had all changed color to blue and have been brought back to normal color eventually. Why? You don't really know, but that was something that just happened. And at the very end, a man with black hair entered, and you'd seen him before with the white tiger, as he gave you an offer to go to Crackvolm and talk
Bowler
to
Hat Man.
Cillian. No, Bowler Hat Man is the guy who got killed.
He's the one whose hand came flying out of the kitchen, right?
Yeah, he was the one who was holding the weapon, a silver weapon, when he got squashed.
That's right. Yeah.
Yes.
And I've got here noted the bracelet was ruby bracelet with the symbol of an eye surrounded by 4 stars, correct?
Correct. And it was like sliced, like it's like a coin made of ruby. It's
Yeah.
not just a ruby; it's like a slice of a ruby,
Yeah, yeah.
which is pretty difficult to do. Yeah. And that's pretty much that episode, I think.
Yeah, it was mostly a fight, so there wasn't a lot of specifics from memory.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think it's it was a really I feel like it was a really good fight for like us as like VK Incorporated. Like I feel like it was a good even though we died.
We did our jobs.
Yeah, I feel like even though like a few of us died, like I feel like we were all kind of in our element a bit, like with it. Like I feel like it was really good in terms of like party dynamic. Like I feel like it was a really good.
Yeah.
Even though we didn't kill the thing and we all died at least once. Practice,
So-
you know.
It also showed off a little bit of us as like our classes and that with different things happening, such as I remember Celeste did a magic missile that someone with a bit of a surge of magic, something like that.
Yeah, after she saw Mina.
Yeah, yep,
That's when everyone turned blue.
yep.
Not related,
And,
that was the werewolf power.
Yeah,
Of course
definitely
it was.
werewolf. It's weird
course.
powers as well.
I love how it's all happening during intense combat with
Yep.
like all these things are happening during intense combat sessions with like a big powerful thing. So she's like, oh my god, these things are so powerful.
Yeah.
What they're doing.
It's these crazy creatures.
Yeah.
Well,
Summoning birds and they're doing these things. Wow.
well, it depends on what you roll for sure. Like, you're probably gonna be scared of fighting certain things if something else happens. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe one day.
Why the fuck did Ingwe turn everyone blue?
Yeah. Anyway, what the fuck?
Weird choice, Sigway. Weird choice.
It's disguise.
It's a tattoo. Yeah,
Yeah.
just kind of confusing.
That was also the episode where Jean raged for the first time.
It was.
But not much happened out of that. He was like, rage! And then there was one more round of combat. Except he like basically tried to grapple the creature and like suplex him down the stairs, but that didn't work. And then right after that, he got shot and the creature was out. But yeah.
Very well.
And then my internet dropped out. I was so frustrated.
Yep.
I just lived like, the creature got away, and I just spent like, just personally like that. You like when you play D&D and you're like the emotions, like, why am I so frustrated about this? Like, this is not a difficult problem. Clearly, I'm in a different place. The internet's gone. I'm like, no.
You just couldn't handle it.
It means you enjoy it too much. That's good. Well, we have one last episode left. A Knife in the Sun, which is the one we had last Monday. Does anyone Who had? I think Laura said she had good notes for that one.
I didn't say good, I had a lot.
Okay, so she has a lot of notes. Most of them about what she needs to buy for dinner and for dishwashing products and whatever she's planning on buying.
I've got heaps of notes too for this, and this was real annoying because Tom put the red herrings out early, and I've got really good notes about the red herrings. And then the good ones come, and then I'm like, I'm interested in the good ones, and my notes slow down.
Yeah. That's fair.
Okay, so episode 39, Knife in the Sun, was streamed the 1st of the 8th, 2022. Crackvolm Cillian. So I think we just had a quick break in our recap.
Yeah, talk with Midas about that.
Yeah.
That might be why that's related.
Yes, that's right. Because I also had a conversation with Midas as well, like before we left. All right, so very important note here. Mina and Jonas are having ice cream at the dining room table. VL is embroidered on Macy's throw blanket.
True.
And then I think we all split up now to do our investigation, like our separate. But I think Jean went to bed, Draco went to bed, Ingwe and Celeste stayed up and kind of did a preliminary, like clean up, tidy up, let's look at the damage, let's assess what's happened.
Yep.
So I don't have Ingwe's notes for this, but I've got my notes. So I've got here kitchen. Sorry. Kitchen took
Lots
head.
of dust around.
Oh, it's a dusted room. Kitchen took head off in one fell swoop.
Yep.
And I took rubbings of those claw marks. The werewolf came in through the servants' room window. The floor is broken from the impact of the wolf jumping on Drekik. There is dark purple blood splattered around and a big splatter of blood that's shiny and looks like an oil slick where it was hit by the silver weapon. And then I have in notes down the bottom in brackets, note Laura, buy silver weapons. Midas says, tell Cillian I'm out. And then I've got Nemera Falls. I don't know what that refers to.
That is the bathhouse in the city.
Right. Oh, this is when Celeste left, I think. So, did you want to talk about what you found, or do you want me to just go through all my notes in one?
I think Ingwe's thing was really like meta magic stuff, like what's the range of the spell that kills everything.
Oh yeah.
That was kind of the investigation thing. Was like, where did the ants stop dying? Where did the plants stop dying? I think that's what I have. I don't have any notes of it, but just remember Ingwe being interested in it.
Yeah.
Jacob, clearly not. Or really interested in it, and so didn't write any notes.
Alright, so then Celeste and Ingwe went to sleep. And then Celeste wakes up, and then she goes shopping. So then I've got here just the notes of like how much things cost, like 15 GP, 5 GP, 5 GP, 25 GP. So I'm keeping track of what I'm spending. And then I've got the Flux adjacent. And then I've got Kina. And I've also got notes here, which I'm not actually going to read out. I'm going to save that until later. Secret notes that I've written.
Next level.
I'm doing notes within notes within notes. Noteception. And I've got here Mana. I cast sending to let her know. And then we go to the gallery. So then I've got Barasha, Elvin, curator of the pop-up gallery, and then I've got the notes on like all the paintings, so like Korhan, Barrett paintings, like the Slasher, Reality and Spheres of Insanity, the Protector of the Realm, the Truth Seer, which is the Canyon, Drinking Your Faith, the Cup and Tentacles, the Unseen Danger, Numa, Thoughts of Numa. We got here Painting of a Forest with Trees and Symbols, Mother, which was found in Murraydown. And I've got Cast Iron Chimera, which is like the Sky Breach series. With like the meteor with the key, the crater in the mausoleum, the ocean of gifts, the purple moon, man holding a black square object, lucrative commitment with a red-haired baby. Water and mountains are a lighthouse, which is in Synthera, east in deep waters, treacherous seas, lighthouse keeps creatures at bay. Men digging, which I assumed was Rokan, Karameshi was the baby, I think, or the person holding the baby.
He was the one crawling up.
Yep. Scorched Land, which is the Ashen Lands, and with the Dwarven lands. Axe with Skulls is the Dwarven King, the symbol of Dwarven King, and then Dry Lands, which Celeste figured out was near like Elbashar in Sahani. So that was just the lore dump at the end on like where these paintings, the Scribe Breach series, where those paintings were actually referring to in terms of physical locations.
Yes,
or
you
what
got
should
one.
be those. And there was a very interesting note as well when Ingwe was like, Celeste, you're a pirate, right? And she was like, what? What?
You missed one of the paintings, I think.
Oh, potentially. There were a lot.
There was one with a picture of the moons as well.
Oh yeah, I got that purple moon.
The
Yep,
moon
yeah,
one.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
The mosquito's journey.
Yes.
Yeah.
So of note too, Ingwe spoke about his, or actually Tom said, this looks like your home. Ingwe wouldn't have shared that it was like his home. So there's no... Ingwe's quite an open character that would have been like, you can mostly, generally assume that if Ingwe gets told a thing, he's told to everyone else the thing. That's like the law of his people to not share the place of his people.
Yeah, I think that's why I didn't write it down. I said like painting of a forest with trees and symbols, mother, and then I just wrote like found in. Like I didn't actually wrote like this is where Ingwe's house. Put arrow points here. You are here.
But you did notice that you probably would have seen that was the cover of one of the books that Ingwe has. Because you saw the books.
Same book. Yeah. Good point, Tom.
Yeah, so.
Ingwe's not a good liar.
I'm lying about this. Clearly.
Well, you can't.
Can't lie. Can omit information like Celeste and Jean do all the time.
Oh yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I have one more note here. That there was a vision when Drekik and Sean was having a nap.
Mm-hmm.
Where someone was talking to both of them and saying that they were about to have a lot of fun together.
I've got it as creaking to rocking to drums to cold wind on our faces. Suddenly on a boat full of soldiers banging weapons and shields, heading to a burning... I didn't write the next word.
City.
City, there you go. I assumed it was much, but I did not write it down for some reason. There you go. A figure on top turns and states, soon, my children, we will be dishing out some real damage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very sure.
And so then Celeste and Ingwe had a conversation where we kind of we rolled and we mapped out some locations. And I haven't noted it down, but I've noted that we know the things, see the map.
Yes, so I've got here, like the water with the mountain and the lighthouse is in Cianthra, which is in the east, and there's deep waters in treacherous sea, which is said to be home to terrible creatures, and the lighthouse keeps these creatures like at bay. And the men digging, we didn't get a location for that, but we assumed that was like Rokan Karameshi was like coming out of that mausoleum. The Scorched Land is the Ashen Lands, where the Dwarven Kingdom meets because of the axes and the skull, which is the symbol of the Dwarven King. And then we've got the Dry Lands, which Celeste assumes is Elbashar in Sahani.
And it shared that with Ingwe.
Yeah. Actually, she would have done. Remember, I said like, "Oh, Celeste wouldn't tell you where these are." She'd go, "Oh, this is the story of this place where this happened."
Yeah. I remember that case because I'm also struggling to read my notes because I have more written on this episode than the rest of the episodes.
Combined, me too. The most recent one that we don't need as much of a refresher on is where we have all of our.
Yep.
Fair enough.
But it was also quite well described in a way that there was like a lot of information. It's like, I'm gonna just keep writing this information down and try and type, and then oh shit, that was important. But I'm gonna keep writing because I'm not sure what's important.
I hated it, but I really liked it.
So as we were having that conversation as well was when Drekik and Jean left. So they left separately. But they were like, Tom was like, make a Constitution saving throw. and then like
Yep.
with no further info. And then Celeste and Ingwe then wanted to go for like a wander. They were going to go to the gardens and have a look at the animals and just have a chat. And then they also, the two squishiest and least likely to save their Constitution saving throws both days.
Save!
Yep.
Twice!
By Rokan's guards.
Yep.
Yes. And an individual missing an arm, which turned into a tentacle.
Love that for him.
Yeah.
Not that, John. You've missed opportunity.
I
You could
know.
have had tentacle arm.
That's all about the roll. I got the crystal arm, the indestructible crystal arm that can function as a shield.
And then you were all put in your cells one by one, and
Stripped down to our minimums.
yeah, you
Minimums.
overheard a conversation between some individual and the guy with one arm, and he instructed them to let you starve to death
Which
before he left.
I also noted that the older gentleman that was being spoken to, or at least so we assumed from the grittiness to the voice, also referred to the other individual as Jason. Yeah, so we got the name. We got the name. That's all we need. We'll find him and fuck him up.
Yeah.
And Celeste, as a note as well, kept the copper wire and the dragonfly lockpicking kit. Because she had a hood over her head, so she took everything off and kept the hood on, and was like, "Oh, that's all
And
my
you rolled.
stuff."
You rolled really well as well. And Sean then did a thing.
Yeah,
Praise be the
he,
Stormlord.
verbally prayed
Sure.
to the Stormlord, yeah. And then after a brief pause, nothing happening, he thought deeply about a different other shadowy type figure within his mind. And then continued aloud to speak and ask for help, but very clearly speaking to a different individual now. Or at least, yeah.
Ask
and then
and thou shalt
suddenly-
receive.
Yeah. He suddenly grew in size without his shirt. His skin turned black, and he slammed the door, nearly knocking it off its hinges. And then we heard, I believe, a sound of people yelling and likely guards charging down or something to that.
I feel like
degree.
alarms, like there was like a
Starting to
bell.
run down. Yeah,
There was an alarm going off, yes.
that's it.
He literally has Dizzy. He's like a Sith Lord.
Yep.
You were supposed to destroy the
oh,
Sith,
oh.
not join them.
No, Yoda's in his arm.
Well, a lot of different directions you can go in.
You're the chosen one.
And we're the rebellion.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much where we left off.
Yeah.
About to go into a strange situation and an escape. Prison break.
Yeah.
So,
One of us,
Um,
at least.
I
The
think we
last
should...
thing I have as well.
Oh, you have more? Yeah, yeah. Go for it.
Just a little bit at the very beginning. We also spoke to Midos about organizing their family going off and all that, and we also learnt a little about what Midos had been doing for Cillian.
Mhm.
And he basically was like, "Hey, tell him I'm out now." But yeah, I just feel that's worth mentioning because when we're going into theories, I got fucking theories.
Yeah, because
but-
Celeste had that whole conversation with him, like about
Yep.
like.
Yep,
I
which is
also
the only
actually-
reason John hasn't mentioned anything because he doesn't fucking know that conversation happened. But I got theories. Woo! Anyway.
Speaking of theories, I also did the thing where I was like, "Oh, wind it back. I want to like send a letter," and that was because I was like, it felt like, oh, now that I know that John's had this conversation, I've got it. But it's actually like written in my notes from 2 sessions before to be like, go and send that letter, and
Yep.
they were all asleep. Like that was a thing that happened. And I was like, no, this is Jacob's confused about what time of day it is, but I've
Yeah,
got to
but-
like
Yeah.
do the thing. It was cool.
Yeah, because we woke up at like what was it, like 7 p.m. or something? Cause we...
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
I
a
was-
really messed up day. It was hard to get you all on the same time schedule.
Confused about the like.
It's jet lag.
I initially offered to, and like John was like, "Who should go to sleep?" Like I was like, "I don't need any sleep. I didn't take any damage."
It's not the
Actually,
damage.
I'm the spellcaster, and all my spell slots are gone.
Hey, Frisky, hello, my darling. I love you. Welcome.
Whereas, funnily enough, yeah, Jean had only taken 1 damage after you guys had healed him. So also he's the fighter who doesn't need the sleep except for help. And he's like, I'm going to bed. I need to get my head straight. I
Let him
can't.
up.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Well, I think maybe we should have a short break before we end up going into the theories and your favorite episode and favorite moment and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So stay tuned, and we'll be right back after a short break and some important messages.
Woo!
Bye.
Are you looking for a more exotic or sophisticated choice in dice? You should check out Level Up Dice, the company of experts in specialty dice, made from materials like semi-precious stones, aluminium, and even have options for wood and bone dice. The designs are so beautiful it's hard not to find something which fits your next character. Level Up is an Australian-owned company and also run the Level Up TTV Twitch channel focusing on broadcasting tabletop role-playing games. Follow a link below when purchasing from Level Up Dice. It will greatly help support our channel and also help an Australian local retailer. Level Up Dice, the sophisticated choice. Monsters and Mayhem is sponsored by Miniporium.net, a huge selection of highly detailed miniatures for any tabletop role-playing game. Check out the beautiful miniatures, and if you use the code MAYHEM, all capital letters, at checkout, then you receive a 30% discount. In the beginning there was nothing. From the nothing sprung forth a something. The something was not a who or it. The something simply was. The something began roaming the nothingness and found itself alone. In solitude the something became the somethings. Multiple somethings sprung forth of the something, each with its own voice and presence. The somethings, as great as divine as they were, all needed something to measure their own greatness by. They created the first earth, and by doing so, became gods. The first earth was not perfect. In fact, it had many flaws. Because it was made as a circle, most things placed upon it would fall off the sides into the nothingness. The gods grew furious about the earth, and they cut it in half to make it flat. The excess was simply pushed aside and forgotten, at least for a while. The second earth was perfect, flat and vast. Each god began to populate it with creations and land masses of their dreams. Each god creating beings of their very own. Soon the world was full of inhabitants, and they all began to watch over their creations with anticipation. However, many creations did not turn out the way the gods had hoped for, and a lot of animosity was born over the first few years. The creations would go to war with each other and even themselves. Some of these wars even spilled into the realm of the gods, where the gods themselves would command their creations to destroy another god's creation. The gods were eager to prove themselves better than another, and a long bloody war was fought throughout the first era of the first 3,000 years. A massive war for survival was fueled by the gods themselves as the world began to burn. They started to see their own mistakes. The gods made many sacrifices and separated some races from others by magic or by using the elements of nature. They tried to stop their creation, and slowly a Peace of Swords came to be. And such a second era came to be with peace and kindness as its goal. Not every god nor every creature followed the peaceful ways, and some even broke away from their gods after such events. But for now the god wars were over, having successfully separated their creation to an extent, minimizing the overall doomsday and averting full chaos. For almost another 3,000 years the races had been completely separated. The gods had made a plan.
The God Gate, located now in the Kingdom of Quill and where the borders of Okorlan is, had been inscribed with one of the family's life forces, the Karameshi. Once a descendant of that family were to attempt to open the God Gate, all races would once again have free reign. At the end of the 3,000 years, an unknown member of the Karameshi touched the God Gate, unlocking the prophecy. The mountain chains and oceans dividing the races all came down all over the realm. Great panic and rejoice at the same time, as creatures that had once only heard fairy tales of each other now once again stood face to face with one another. The gods had hoped that the last 6,000 years would have been enough for everyone to learn to coexist. But from the start, the tension already started building again. Whatever fragile piece was on the table seemed to crumble and regather from time to time. But the time of the wars was surely not over. There was now other entities who spread darkness across the world. Maybe the world had learned its lesson, or maybe it was doomed to repeat it. Welcome to the world of Epidos, where adventures are born, heroes are forged, and villains are always up to mischief. The Kingdom of Quill lies in the middle of it all, the heart of human civilization, at least if you ask them. To the north lies the cold Shadanon, where Northling constantly test the borders to the kingdom with raids and invasions. To the south lies the desert lands of Zahani, ruled by self-proclaimed princes and empresses. The tension is at an all-high after a failed invasion into the kingdom years ago still sends trouble both ways. To the southeast lies the Dragon Empire, a proud people ruled by the Dragon Emperor, who according to legend are a descendant from a real dragon. The empire has been locked in a cold war with the kingdom for generations, blocking all travel from entering the nation. But for the common folk, it's Monday. The birds are flying low and it looks like it may rain.
Jean Wardenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Durlin and Macy, raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, Jean eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Durlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years travelling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
A young half-elf, Tam Corthan grew up working the land with his father and learning herblore and healing from his elven mother. After a horrible childhood accident, he swore he would avoid violence unless he had no other choice. When the war came, like every Corthan for generations before him, Tam enlisted to fight for his king. During the bloody battle for King's Helm, Tam's selfless efforts to heal his friends caught the eye of the celestial Aethia, and she became his patron, giving him the gift of celestial healing. His courage in battle did not prevent him from drawing the ire of his superiors. His compassion was blind, and he would heal all in need, even the enemy. After the end of the war, Tam worked as a healer in the villages outside Crackvoln, hoping to save enough money to gain entry to the Healers Guild. After a series of unfortunate events, Tam finds himself in debt to a very wealthy and very criminal cartel boss. Pinned between his compassion and his new master, Tam tries to make the best of his situation, dreaming of a day where he can live his life in freedom.
Ingwe grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
Are you looking for a more exotic or sophisticated choice in dice? You should check out Level Up Dice. The company are experts in specialty dice, made from materials like semi-precious stones, aluminium, and even have options for wood and bone.
Feel free to just make us live when we're in the middle of talking about.
Well, you never know. Maybe if I just make you live while you're talking about weird shit, you never know what's gonna happen.
So, anyways, here's my entire social security number, and all that jazz.
This is what my bowel movements were like last week.
Yeah.
Well, I once was I was once streaming when I used my credit card to purchase something of League of Legends, and I didn't realize it.
Beautiful.
Yeah. And I obviously deleted everything, but luckily I had no viewers at the time.
Just delete that VOD real quick.
Yeah, that was.
Sometimes there are bets
I didn't
just to
even.
know
I don't know.
what
I don't even know. I didn't think of that, but yeah, there you go. All right. Well, we're back after a little break. I hope everyone had a nice break. Got something to eat or drink or pee or whatever. Don't drink pee. Don't do that. That's a whole different side of the internet. You don't want to go there.
Drink or pee or drink pee.
Yeah. I stepped on a bee. Don't drink pee. There you go. Circle is complete. Is there anything that you guys want to talk about before we jump into like favorite moments so far and theory crafting?
I do just want to mention we have a games night tomorrow night. Thank you, Dizzy, for popping that in chat before because I did forget. Games night tomorrow night. I've just thrown up the poll in our Discord to vote for what we're going to play tomorrow night. So feel free to jump in there. The options as they stand at the moment are Among Us, Murder in the Dark, Among Us Vanilla, Gartic Phone, Jackbox, Fall Guys, Sketchful, or other. So if you have any other suggestions, feel free to put them in there as well, and we can vote on those as well. Usually I try to post them on like a Friday or a Saturday, but Laura has no brain and she's stupid, so I forgot.
And if you're playing Among Us with us, make sure you space Laura first. Just saying. Just saying.
Only one time. You killed me one time. I kill you one time. Eye for an eye.
When did you kill me? When did I kill you? You killed me once. I never killed you.
Yeah, you killed me in the game, in Dungeons and Dragons. You kill my friend.
I kill you every week.
For being the TM.
Not a resurrection, you said?
Give me that discount.
But yes, that is over in the Discord, ready to vote for. So we do that every Tuesday night. So yeah, if you want to come hang out and play games. Playing out with your wang out.
Don't do that. I mean, as long as you don't tell us, we don't have to know. But whatever.
Yeah, Dizzy had a shapeshifter once, and she killed Tom as Tom. So
I feel very offended. It was a hate crime. Wow. Anyway, is there anything else that you want to talk about before we get into these two specific subjects? No.
Keep being awesome out there, and check out Miniporium, miniporium.net.
That is true. Check it out. Miniporium Minis, and we have a discount code, as you probably saw in the break, where you get a whole bunch of percentage off, which is really, really generous from their side. And they're sponsoring the show with all our amazing minis that you can see on the show.
We should put together a showcase video of all the minis that Miniporium have sent to us and like what they've been used for. We'll put that together and maybe showcase it.
Yes.
Cool.
Yep. I just got back into painting again after forever. Like last thing I painted was literally Jean, and then the other day I'm just like, you know what, fuck it, let's do some more painting. So I started and I immediately jumped onto Miniporium and I was like cart, and just adding things, and I'm just like, yep, let's see what's coming soon.
There you go. I have a whole fan folder on my computer just with minis that I eventually would like, and I already have received quite a bit that are, I wouldn't say time sensitive, but they are situation specific. So you may or may not get to see them at some point. I definitely have made sure that I have certain things ready, and you can get a lot of very cool stuff from them.
And the minis from Miniporium as well are like so high quality. Like I remember when I first got Celeste, and that was the first mini that I ever saw from Miniporium. Just like the weight and like the balance of the mini is unlike any mini. Like I've got like all these minis, right? But it's like unlike any of these other minis. Like just the way that they're built, and they're like, yeah, they're so good. I can't really describe it, but the feel of them, they're like resin and they're like beautiful and
they're really, really high detailed.
Oh, super high detailed.
Yeah, some of the smaller ones are like super on point. Like
it was difficult actually for me to like paint Celeste because there were eyelashes. Like they were like so good, amazing.
I have some of the kobolds here. It's a little hard to see on the camera probably, but the kobolds, not kobolds, sorry, the gnolls you were fighting at one point. They have a lot of really cool details on them, and they have like facial expressions and all that stuff. It's just
I've got photos on my phone, Dizzy. I'll put them in the Discord.
I remember literally because like I said, I started painting, and recently I started painting some other brand stuff that I've got. Now I was just like why does this feel so much more difficult to paint than Jean was? Like, this is weird. Like, and I realize it's just the plastic that they're made from. It's not as good as sticking to paint, but the Jean one was fucking easy as. It was basically one coat of everything worked well.
Yeah.
Norato is in the chat.
Bam.
Oh,
He wasn't.
Hey.
He wasn't allowed in today.
Bam.
wasn't there 5 of you? Nope. I think it was just 4 of us all along.
Yep. There's 4 of us in this show, and then we have another show where there's one guy on his own. All right. Well, let's jump on to the next moment here, and Rocto, if you want to, you can add your input too. What is your favorite moment so far?
My favorite moment was before Norocto joined the stream.
There we go. Everyone loves Norocto.
Yeah.
That's right. No, what are your favorite moments from the show? If you have one. Maybe you don't have one. You can have multiple.
From the show entirely, or from our 10 episodes that we're recapping?
Entirely, I would say. Because it changes sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't change.
That is a lot of remembering.
Thank you, Dizzy. I agree. The entire show.
It's hard. It's hard to say exactly because, like, you have these epic moments, right? These big moments which make you sort of go like, oh, ah, ooh, ah. And then, like, things die down, they calm down a bit more, or there's things that are a little more focused on other parts of the story which are a little more chill. Like, just they're like, there's still nice moments in that, but then suddenly something else will happen and it'll have you going like, ooh, ah, ooh. And like that is the more recent, and so it's a little more stuck in your head.
That's
but
right.
I think 2 of my favorite moments so far, in general, I'd probably give it to it's within the recap, is the massacre at the what's it called, the bastion, the barracks. That's it. Yeah, the massacre at the barracks might be one of my favorites because it was the first time I've ever really had a non-combat thing like that where I played, and it sold the moment so well, and it just felt like everything was running on a clock. Everything was so immediate, but yet because it was like combat, it was dragging out over these moments of like an hour and a half, and thus the whole time it's just like, oh my god, what's happening next? Oh god, it's an hour of just panic and but yeah, and then like every time we turn a corner, something else big would be happening in that, and it just led through this whole instance. For overall, that is my favorite, I think. And I think on a personal moment, it's hard to say exactly, but I think I would ultimately give it to Jean getting his arm. The whole interaction there, how it came about, this new circumstance where he's now kind of pledged himself to 2 figures, a god of storms and a shadow that lives in the crystal of his arm, or so he thinks. Those are my 2 favorites at the moment.
No, that makes sense. Those 2 very emotional points, especially the arm as well, because it was something you made happen by yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. What about you, Jacob?
Oh, I think I'm trying to remember the moment, but one of the things that I really have enjoyed about this campaign is like breaking and doing all the things that you're not supposed to do. And I remember in the last episode, and I can't actually remember the encounter, but what made me think about it was being mean to Dorocto, because I panic every time I'm mean to someone. I'm like, because my family's like quite mean to like be nice, but then when you're in a public forum like this and you just say mean things, you're like, oh no, like you only say mean things when you actually like the kind of the unwritten rule in my family is we're mean constantly, but you're not mean to people about things that they'll be upset about.
mean, it's the language of love, Jacob.
Exactly.
Yep.
So, like, in my family, I'm the intelligent one. And so I've constantly been mocked my whole life about being stupid. Because I read books and I'm like, that's the rules, right? Like, you know, like, if there was someone overweight, you wouldn't mock them about being fat. You might, like my youngest brother, who is ripped as fuck, we mock him about being overweight all the time, right? Like, that's the rules. So I can't remember the moment, but I remember in the last session, I was just like, oh man, this is so cool, because Naruto was like, just not, there's an interaction with the DM and with Tom and Naruto, and Drekik was like, nah, what about this thing? Oh, it was the reporter. The reporter moment. And the reporter was like, oh, so what's the story? And it was like, nah. Boom. Like, yes, the ultimate example of yes and, how you don't do yes and. Like, oh, and what happened next? Oh, nothing. It was just some people just chilling.
Yeah, that was a great moment as well. He was definitely trying not to say anything.
It was so glad. It was so good. But the funny part about it was that everyone, the audience knew. Like, everyone else was sitting there being like, we all know what happened.
Well, seems like we have lost Sherrock for a moment.
Blue screen of death. Blue screen of death.
Yeah, maybe his computer fried. That's okay.
Well, lucky he shared first. And now it's Laura's turn.
Yeah, Laura, what is your favorite moment?
My favorite moment? I actually nearly cracked it when we were doing the recaps actually, because we were doing the recaps and I remembered this moment, and nearly fucking sent me again. But when we were at Mina's house, and like Langdon Steelsinger had come, we'd had that confrontation, and then we realized that the city of Blue Duck was burning, and we went up onto the roof from the window from Mina's room to like look up there, and it was such like an intense moment of like standing up there watching this city burning in the distance, and like watching, you know, like we had seen the foretelling or the foreshadowing of this happening with like the Tritons, and like we'd been past Ludak, right, and like we could see the star, and it was like this moment of realization. And then Drekik is just hanging off the side of the roof. How do you guys get up here? It fucking sent me, because we're having this like moment of being like awestruck at like this city in the distance is burning, all these people are dying, and like this whole thing happened, and then Drekik dangling off the side of the building. It's like, hey you guys, what are you seeing up there? How do you guys get up there?
Yeah.
Fucking sent me to the
That's
gods.
right.
It was so funny. Oh, and
Yeah,
that's one
that's
of the things I'd love. Like Naruto has done that to me a couple times, where like we'll be having this really intense moment, and then Drekik will do something, and it just fucking kills me. Oh, I just think, oh, it's so funny. Anyway, that's like my favorite moment.
That's
like
funny.
at the moment, it's just us all having that moment of like shock and realization that there's a war literally breaking out on the doorstep, and an entire city is burning, and then Drekik just can't get up to see it as well.
Yeah,
Guys, I want to
that's
see. How'd
funny.
you guys get up here?
My friend Richard. Yeah, that's funny. I think my personal favorite moment was when Jacob found out about the fairy tale books. We finally got the last book. That was one of the moments I was waiting for. I'm looking forward to it a little bit.
Yeah.
What's gonna happen with that, we don't know, but it was an interesting scenario seeing everyone's facial expressions when they realized what I just read.
He
That's
doesn't
funny.
even know what's his bummers.
I remember
think
taking
so.
a double take in that instance, being like, oh yeah. Wait a second. Wait, did Tom say what I... Hang on, what?
That and the other favorite moment is when Sean found his dad.
Oh, yeah.
Complete, like that could have been missed. If you had decided to just ignore that stupid fox, you would never have found him.
You know what? I take it back. The arm thing is number 2. Jean burying his father and the send off that Drakic did with Rohan Nat.
Watch it.
That's I'll take it back. That's my number one.
That was going to be
for a personal Jean moment.
for a serious one. That was going to be my top one, but I had to go with the Draco couldn't get on the roof moment because it sent me.
That's fair. I also really enjoyed the Sons of Flimf.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, they're gonna be main characters now.
It's
You're gonna be secondary characters in this campaign now.
I absolutely love that, and I love that John hates that. So it's like anytime the Sons of Flips are brought up, I'm like excited because I'm like, I get to play a pissed off, annoyed old man John. Let's go. Woo! It's gonna be fun.
They're coming out with a new album soon. It's called The Copywriters. Oh boy.
I struggle with that too because like when you do it like, oh, what was your favorite bit? Some of my favorite bits are the bits that I hated the most. So like, I hated it when this happened. And so you've got to be really careful when you're like, when Laura had to go with me about that, or it wasn't so Laura, it was Celeste, but like the emotion was so real that you're like, I felt real bad, but like it wasn't real. So like I was so frustrated when they escaped. Tom's the worst DM in the world. Like
I am. I really am. I am the worst. That's okay. I'll take that badge. That's fine. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of emotional attachment to certain things that has happened, and I think that some of them we remember better than others. So sure, there's nothing wrong with picking 1, 2, 3 or more, but it's just interesting to me as well as game masters to see which parts you really enjoyed over other parts. Just because for me, I have my special moments, but it might not be the same for you, of course, because like the Drakic thing, for instance, I had nothing to do with that. Just kind of happened like completely natural, and that's also really funny sometimes. That's cool.
Yeah.
And I saw that Drakic's favorite moment. Let me just have a look here. He said that his favorite moment was... Did he say that? His favorite moment was probably role-playing Drakic leaving his home country, which was also obviously a very emotional state for his character.
And he also made it funny.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was gonna say that moment where he's just looking out into this like the landscape, just like, and then Igwe says something. He's like, "Oh shit, Igwe, hey, how you doing?"
I feel like Drakic's character would fit into the new Dungeons and Dragons movie perfectly.
Yep.
Talking about moments that are like frustrating, but are also our favorite moments. Just to circle back to what you were saying before, Jacob, is when Celeste was trying to build up this story to figure out who Langdon was, like what he knew before giving away what their cards were, and then Ingwe just fucking walks in and is just like, oh yeah, here's all the information that Celeste just withheld from you, and now you think that she's a big fat liar. It was just like she was meticulously setting up this like course for like the conversation, and then Ingwe just comes in after being stood outside for the last like 10 minutes, and I'm like, oh yeah, what are we talking about? Oh yeah, we know all this stuff. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, like, no, we have never met these people before. Oh yeah, we hung out with them. Yeah, that's cool.
I quite like it too because like I'm a person that is quite like Celeste, so I know how to push those buttons. Because like in this moment, what would I hate to happen? That.
That's fair.
Well, I do it.
Right. Well, maybe we should head on to some theory crafting about what the fuck is going on with something.
Ooh.
What is some theories that someone has that you would like to share?
Okay. I would like some clarification because I'm a bit confused. And I think over the last 2 episodes, it's been very clear that Jacob is a bit confused. There's 2 main plots, right? There's
Maybe
the
there
god
isn't.
plot, where the gods are like, break some things. And then there's like another plot that's like, make some things.
So I see what you mean. So there is technically, as far as you understand, one major plot where you need to break some Sumerian wards to open the connection to the Feywild again.
Yes.
I think that's the first one you're referring to. The second one is finding these keys, finding the hammer that can destroy these books, and finding the entrance to this
labyrinth using your maps and stuff like that, and then figuring all that stuff out before someone else does.
Yes.
I think that's the two main ones, as far as I understand from what you're
And
saying.
I think from our conversations where you've gotten confused, well, not confused, but like where they might kind of blur, is that we kind of need the God Hammer for both of them to destroy the wards and the books. Because that's
Correct.
the weapon that can destroy things that are made by gods.
Correct.
So
And-
we need that with that God Hammer for both of those plots.
And to make it even more confusing, you know where two of the Sumerian wards are, and they're in a similar location to two of the
Wait, and
keys.
how the Sumerian wards are the Sumerian wards the things that we need to break, or the
Yeah.
things that we need to make
break.
Break. And we need to
get
yeah.
to the Feywild?
Yes.
Yes. And
know
one
which
of those, you note locations of two of them, or at least Celeste does. One supposedly is in the Ashen Land, which is close to where one of the images were drawn of this square key thing. And one of them was told that it was around El Bashar,
Elbasha.
which, interestingly enough, is also where one of the keys were painted.
And the tattoos, are they linked to the things we need to break?
No.
They're into what we have to make.
Make.
Yeah.
Got it.
We need to make the key, and then once we've made the key, our tattoos are a map of the labyrinth that we need to find, which the keys will open the door to the labyrinth, and our tattoos are the map of the labyrinth.
And everyone else in the party wants to break both things, and Ingwe wants to make one of them. Got it. We're there.
So we need to destroy the books, but we need the God Hammer to destroy the Sumerian ward and the books, but we need to make the key that will open the labyrinth, and in the labyrinth, the books are in the labyrinth.
Yes, and everyone else wants to destroy both things, and Ingwe doesn't want to destroy the books.
Yes,
Got it.
as far as you know.
Because we want to send Vartex home and Celeste home, so we want to destroy the things that send. We want to destroy the things that are going to send the people home. Okay, that
Yes.
was helpful. And also,
Oh, yeah.
that's my conspiracy theory.
Very well. Very well.
Well, I have a theory that literally got conjured up this episode. Something got mentioned, and I was just like, wait a second, is that a connection? There's not much pointing in this direction, but I have a possible theory that maybe the Fangmaster is or is associated with the werewolf we recently encountered, the Beast of Shadows, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking that maybe there's going to be some sort of link up there in some capacity. Otherwise, I also think that it could potentially be linked to what's his name? The Pixie King, Mr. Ira, right? Because of the fact that we learnt that quote from the birds, which were from the Feywild as well, right?
No.
We're mixing them up with the big birds. The big birds are from the
You make sense.
Feywild.
So these ones were more like familiar type birds that was watching you.
Okay.
They were more like pelicans. They were native to the area.
Yeah. Okay. Then that theory stands less on. But I guess just as much fangs and fangs. I'm like, it's a dog-like thing. Fangs. Boom. But yeah, Fangmaster, I'm thinking will have something to do with the shadowy creature we just fought.
Okay.
That's one of them.
Yeah. That's fair.
The other one, which, man, the moment Celeste learnt this information, I was like, I need to say this thing, but John never found out about it. Is regards to Midos. Now, Midos specified, just getting the information in front of me to make sure exactly, but where was it? Midos. Celeste learns that Midos would hold goods in warehouses and slip goods into bags of grain and flour. For Cillian, I believe, primarily, but for whoever they may need as well. And that made me immediately think of the keystone in the grain, or the keystone and the mission with the grain and all that, which we did for the cascade and all that shit. Yeah.
That is why Celeste asked Midos for a list of all of the places that he has worked with or has connections with. Basically, a list of all of the warehouses and all of the companies. She was like, give me that list. So that they can start cross-referencing with places that they go to for that exact reason.
To Midos the one who ultimately set us on this journey? Are they responsible?
Kill him.
It's all about you, John.
It's all
about John.
It's all about
We just
John.
randomly
All comes
encountered
back.
John. In the moment that Midos is like, I want John to do a thing. Including the gods. Like, Midos speaks to gods and he's like, you're going to pretend to be this dude called Baal, even though you're a chick. And,
And also Stormlord, like you need to, he's going to ask you a question. You should get in with him.
Yeah.
Well, it's an interesting theory. There's definitely some wording there that could be taken in a certain way.
Did you hear the emphasis on grain I made? I was super emphatic about it.
So that's one of those moments where you're like, Crackholm is a place that's like the DM has put out as a place we should go, but in the way that it's been put out is like, no, we've moved on from earning money. We've got heaps of fucking money. Like, why would we go to a place to get a job? But clearly, it's all like of all the like links, it's linked. Nah, we want to go there.
Because Midos has told us that this creature is basically going to hunt him, right? And like now that we've sent his whole family, like Jean's family, to Kronos, just because Kronos is like hard to access does not mean that this thing cannot access him. And like his family, and especially since we've realized that Ingwe has given the home address out to the entire nation.
You don't know that.
I think it's also a really good thread to pull on because, like, at the center of this is the Cillian guy, at the center of the work that Midos was doing, and it's also another one of the reasons that Celeste grabbed the list of all the places, because like if something happens and we don't go to Crackbomb or we don't do whatever it is, at least we have a list of these places that could possibly be connections if they're hunting down associates of Cillian. Like it's so it could be interesting. As much as some people in the group don't want to go to Crackbomb, it would definitely be interesting.
Well, you have technically another reason to go there as well. Strekik's sister invited him to come visit him. Yeah. Visited her in the city as well.
I'm not going to oppose going to Krakow. I'm not going to.
Well, I mean, it all depends on what you deem interesting and worthy of your time, of course. I'm not going to be like, you have to go there. You don't have to. You can do whatever you want.
There will be one person who does not want to go to Krakow.
Celeste doesn't want to go. Lemon secrets. Oh, people keep secrets.
Well,
to tell the truth.
Celeste's ruling on secrets is that if they're not hurting people, then feel free to keep secrets. It is what it is. And so if they go to Crackbomb, she may have to disclose some things that she doesn't want to disclose. And so she's kind of like... It's like that conversation as well, like at the end of last episode, where Ingo was like, you're a pirate, you would know this. Like she was so like taken aback by how he would get to that conclusion. Like based on, like she was like, how the fuck would you draw that? Like it's so interesting.
Yeah.
Nah, I was like, oh, is that meta? Right. No, definitely 100% stories for sure.
Well, so what do you think is going on with your current situation with Rokan?
I think he thinks that we killed Valentina. 100%. That's why we're being locked up. Like 100%. Or he knows that Valentina put us on this path and he does not want us interfering with the family, like, thing. Like he is like, that was not her authority to like give you all this information and to like send you to do this. So yeah, this is our prophecy or whatever. This is not.
Yeah. So I think it's the opposite. it's that he's like a super powerful dude that's used to being super powerful, and we're just like the weirdos that are like, no, we're not gonna like. I think it's that sense of power that powerful people have that's just like, yes, we're gonna put a blindfold over your head and poison you, and you just have to do what you're told. And most people already know that how powerful he is and just do what they're told. And we're the weirdos that are like, we're gonna break out of these cells and kill all your guards.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with Laura. I think it is. Although I do think there's definitely an element of that. I think that, he very much views himself as a powerful figure, who I think is probably, like, we obviously haven't seen him outside of this situation, but I get the impression from conversations other people have had mentioning him that he comes off as a pretty regular, nice, maybe not nice per se, but like, run of the mill, down to earth, stays to himself, all that sort of stuff guy. But behind the scenes, he's all about power, getting shit done, and all that sort of stuff. But I think the reason he's come after us is, A, he holds us responsible for his daughter's death, and B, he's aware of the fact that we have the tattoos, and that we are on this this journey, so to speak. Hello, Raiders! Woo!
Thank you so much for the raid,
Welcome.
Miss.
Crit and
What a
Miss.
name.
Crit and Miss.
Shout out.
I feel like Crit and Miss would be a good name for us. Like, we miss a lot.
That's for John.
Yeah, that's just Sean. Everyone else crits. Welcome to the show. You caught us on a recap episode where we've gone through the last 10 episodes that we have played. Dungeons and Dragons, and now we're doing some theory crafting of some of all the loads of information that these players have been receiving over the last few games.
It's a lie. We're just gonna tell Tom what to do, and he's gonna be like, "That's the weirdest idea yet." And
Yeah, I'm just taking notes, and then I'm just doing what they say because I don't have a plan, which is definitely not true.
He uses all of our theories to then come up with the plots.
Well, I will say that these episodes are good because there have been a few times where someone has said something that has been absolutely correct without knowing it.
It was
And
me
it's-
with Val, wasn't it?
Well, you always had any suspicion about Baal, but not to the extent of what is actually going on with him. However, it is very interesting because there has been a few times where someone has mentioned something as a joke,
What?
but it's not a joke necessarily.
What was it?
I will tell you once we're done with all of this. There's
Give me
been
man.
2 occasions specifically where I could point out that someone has predicted the future without knowing, and don't even know because it wasn't a big thing.
Well, I had some free time this week, but I'm guessing watching all the recap episodes good.
Yeah, go back to it. And just watch like Tom's facial expression. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Minute detail, like find an algorithm that notices movements in faces, just like
Yeah, we'll
find
hire
something.
like a forensic like interrogator or something. To
Yep,
read the
yep.
body
Fine.
language.
Stone face.
But yes, these are the episodes where we go through kind of what's happened in the past couple episodes, both for the audience's sake and for our sake, because our streams are very like roleplay heavy, and there's a lot of talking, and they're like it's very kind of like political intrigue, I guess, a little bit, especially at the moment. So it's really good to kind of catch up.
And lots of fighting.
And lots of death.
Destruction. Yeah, if anyone's
Yeah.
interested, you should go and catch up on a few of our episodes and see if it's something for you. If not, just hang out for the rest of the stream. And you can
Hey,
go to
Tears
Discord.
Coin. Welcome. Thank you.
Hello.
Hope you are having a wonderful evening.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just chilling out with some coffee. I mean, I am at least with decaf today. 'Cause it's
So you
late.
got coffee?
mine's decaffeinated too.
That's full
Oh,
caffeine.
no.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
You can't post for some reason. Oh,
I think
wait.
the only restriction we
Oh.
have is like verified. Maybe it's not verified. I mean, I would assume they
Oh.
would be verified, but if that's a problem on our end, Umbrella, sorry.
Yeah, I don't think we had that problem before.
Well, hello, Crit and Miss. We love you.
Yes, hello.
Yes, thank you very
so
much for the
for the
raid.
raid.
We really appreciate it.
Thank you for trusting your audience with.
I mean,
The chaos
Thanks.
that's going on.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
that's fair. Well, another theory, if you have one, what's going on with the Tritons?
Oh, that's cool. Like the war thing, or like secret war. So Drekik, that's Drekik's backstory, right? Like Drekik's killed, healed some people, and they took over They gained some advantage in their war, and then as a response of that, his people made an alliance with the Tritons. That means that the Tritons have gained significant amount of power, and now the Tritons don't have to fight Drekik's clan anymore, so they can just like screw the kingdom.
Yeah, potentially. Like they've been attacking coastal cities all over the kingdom, and it seems that no one knows why.
Yeah, because I was going to say there seems to have also been a bunch of attacks that don't specifically involve tritons, but seem to involve aquatic creatures.
Yes.
And yeah, I'm thinking that they're probably interlinked in some capacity.
And you also fought a Triton.
Yeah,
On the pirate
It
ship.
was linked up with some pirates that Celeste at
Shopping.
least were affiliated with, or
Yep.
knew
Say
of.
affiliated.
You knew of them,
Knew of them.
and some of
They're
them
not
you
my
did
friends.
know. So there is definitely some strains that are connected in some aspect. How deep that goes is a good question.
yep.
Yeah, because we've been hearing stories, like from the town crier and stuff about like, was there a shark? I remember for some
Yes.
reason I'm thinking of a shark. Yeah, there was a
A
shark.
giant
that-
shark.
Yeah.
Giant shark. And am I crazy in thinking there was also a story about a giant purple fish?
That was the shark.
That was the shark.
Oh,
That was-
no, that was a different story. That was
Okay.
generally a story just about strange fish that has been seen in this area, which
Yeah, okay,
were
okay.
not normal, and they thought that it was because of the eye in the sky. That's no longer there.
Okay. I remembered something about a purple fish. I was like,
There was
"Hang on,
purple
is
fish,
this
yes.
also related?
That's
okay.
great.
Yeah, because that's a real like red herring that everyone in the world knows about. Is there's a giant eye in the sky that Vartex created just to get us to do what he wanted, and everyone else, like the whole world, would be like, "Fuck it, my cows didn't do the thing they wanted. It's the eye in the sky's fault."
The world
Like
is
the whole world thinks it's the eye in the sky, and we know that it's just some dickhead that's like, "Oh, do this thing,
Yeah.
so I can get the Dreamweaver."
Well, that was the really interesting point where when we met with Valentina Karameshi, and they were talking about like the eye in the sky was a part of this prophecy and this like omen, and then we're having the conversation later with Vartex about it, and the whole like what came first, the prophecy or Vartex, because Vartex is so old. So like if this happened in the past, did Vartex also create that in the past as well as doing it again now? Like, is it all Vartex, or is Vartex feeding off of what he knows based on the prophecy?
Yes,
Like
does he
it's-
know the prophecy? So he's just like, "Oh, I can do that." Yeah, I'm way like that's such a cool, like it's like red herrings that matter.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, oh, the eye in the sky. So then, like, are we in like 3 or 4 weeks? Is there going to be another eye in the sky that's like at the actual eye in the sky? Because Ingwe like could absolutely do that sort of shit. Like, oh yeah, eye in the sky is a thing. Oh, I want a loaf of bread. Eye in the sky. Some bread, please. Like without thinking, like just that kind of like sense of consequence. Like, oh, Vartex wants to get back to the Feywild. This thing about the blocks of the traveling. Is it really? How important is important?
And it also comes like it kind of circles back to self-fulfilling prophecies too, because the more you tell people about a prophecy, the more likely they are to cause the events within
In
that
the
prophecy,
prophecy. Yeah,
by
yeah.
trying like it's yeah. And I think we need to have a deeper conversation as well in character about the visions that we saw in like the prophecy and things like that, because I think that's going to start coming up more and more often as like where we're going to places and who we're speaking to. And it's like the whole sorry, I'm getting a little bit like mind mappy here, but when we were talking Shirok earlier when you talk about Rokan, Karameshi, his political alliances as well could also be a reason that he is trying to like silence us because of the whole political shit that we saw in Valentina's office. And like all these like wars that are happening and like Ludok burning to like all these things as well. Like if he also has a hand in that, that's also something that we should be aware of, kind of going into, you know, like what's happening around us.
Because that's the sense of being D&D adventurers too. Like you're an adventurer, you've got a really clear outcome in mind, but actually your failure from a like Karameshi perspective could actually be a success. Like he might be like, we want you to do this thing, and actually wants you to fail, because if you fail at that thing but all the attention is drawn on you and they defeat you, then the real plot is vacant.
Yep. Yeah, so I think we need to have a conversation as well about like what all that means and kind of, because when we saw the prophecies, did we only see our own prophecies or did we see the other people's visions as well?
You only saw your own because you were unable to really move.
No, but when we went to Valentina's house,
you saw each other's
artworks.
You saw each other's then, yeah.
I would be interested as well to see, because that's what I think we wanted to see as well, was going to Karameshi's place to see if that blank space on the wall had been filled now that Drekik had his vision. Like on the pedestal.
Oh, man. Yep.
Well, you might not be so far away.
If we break out of these cells, can we just use your library real quick? Can we just see something and then we'll go?
So it was in a secret door.
Giant fighting things off while you guys like power reading.
A secret door in a secret room in this top secret nation's private estate. Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens next time. Definitely interesting.
And also the fact that, we're not the only ones that know this information, because obviously there was that thing that was spying at the time when all this information was given to us in the Karameshi thing. It was a little green imp from memory that shot out. And the only other time we've seen imps again from memory was in Kronos, where we also saw the, I'm going to call them the evil wizard Furbolg. That's how I'm going to refer to them for now, up in the sky. And was that also part of an illusion, or was that actually a thing? Who knows?
That's right, because there was also, last time we had a recap, fuck my mind. Last time we had a recap episode, I was also contemplating the fact that this evil wizard Furbolg dude was part of Ingwe's tribe. And then with the whole thing with his mother, they split off. Like there was that.
So that's my tribe before my mother too.
Yeah.
Like the ancientness, the time. I think we've explored really well that sense of time. That like Jean is like, 30 years. I'm gonna be old and dead. Like
he'll only be like 60.
But like
70, but yeah.
60. 100 years. Like 100 years. Oh, in 100 years' time, I'll be dead.
Yeah.
Whereas Celeste and Ingwe, and even like I didn't even realize Drekik's even shorter than that. He's like
80.
In 40 years' time, I'm going to be dead. So the sense of time that has been explored, particularly since Drekik's came on board, is like, Celeste has been stuck here for how many? 200 years?
No, only, how long has she been stuck here? 80?
80 years.
She's about 120.
So 80 years Celeste has been stuck. Bartex has been stuck for 80 years. And so he's like, I want to go back. But actually it's not that, like his sense of time, even that sense of like, like Ingwe's like, we'll go and do that thing. And he's like, yeah, okay, I believe you.
Well, that's why the caveat was put on the thing of we'll open the Sumerian wards and send you home when Celeste is ready, because that could be in 500 years. Like, there's actually no. That's why we didn't put a time limit on. Yeah, we'll do this for you in 2 weeks or whatever. The time limit was whenever Celeste is like ready to do the thing, we'll do the thing.
Well, but and so Vartex agreed to it because he recognized that Celeste was in his time sense. Like that, yeah, he doesn't care. Like, he does care, but the kind of timing, like the sense of time is really
And
different.
this is, to put it in perspective, I guess, a little bit, is like the quickest Celeste has ever moved in her life to get things done. Like this has been, you know, it's on par with what she's already accomplished in her life. Like 120 years, these past like 2 months, 3 months, has been like on par with everything else that she's ever experienced.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because shit, like everything
Yeah.
is just moving so quickly. Usually, it's, you know, it's really interesting actually when you think about time like that.
Definitely.
Yeah. That makes me think about like any fantasy story where there's a creature that lives a long time, why they go to like humans to get the quest done. Like, it adds another potential layer to that. It's like they'll get it done quicker because they're innovative and they don't have much time to do shit. So like, if I give this job to an elf who lives for 1,000 years, who knows how long it'll take for this job.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you see
That's
that
very true.
meme about like job progression in fantasy?
Yeah. Also taking all the jobs.
Yeah, elves are taking all the jobs. Like, you can never get a promotion because you'll die before the like
Yeah.
all the elves are having the same jobs for like 800 years, and this poor human is just like, oh, please.
Yeah. Or like a teenage elf that's like 200 years old. It's like, oh yeah, I can probably do a little bit of that, a little bit of this. Oh yeah, you're hired. You have 200 years experience. And this guy's like, I'm 60 years old and I've been a carpenter my whole life. What the hell? I didn't get the job. Yeah. That's
So
very
funny.
interesting.
Yeah. Yep.
Very cool. What about Grubboard?
Oh, fuck,
What about Gratford?
That's the center of everything. Once we do Gratvolt, that's it.
That's
what-
why the BBE, like that's why the entrance to the labyrinth is gonna be, or like some shit. Like that's gonna be like end game shit is like hidden beneath Grubboard somewhere.
Well, I
Anyway,
mean,
so obsessed with it.
low key, high key, that Gratford is very much Jean's endgame, so to speak. Like, everything else that's going on, especially after Ingwe mentioned like the whole thing about time difference and that between them. It's like, yeah, we'll do things eventually. It's like, but you know, I figure you want to do it in your time, and that. And Sean's like, what the fuck do you mean by that? And this thought of like, oh wait, these creatures can live forever, or like to him. So he's basically looking at Gratford as his endgame, very much like, just like, all right, once Gratford's done, like, do I need to do the rest of this thing? Is it possible for me to do in this time frame, or maybe Gratford will take 20 years to accomplish? Who knows? But yeah,
Yeah.
Gratford is a very
That's-
interesting aspect of the story, I think.
A crazy element too, to like, because Ingwe's so obsessed with it and it's so unimportant to his actual story.
Yeah,
But he's like it's like the idea. This is what I'm obsessed with right now. Like, yeah, I'm gonna see that this is what I'm gonna focus on for 5 weeks or 5 years or 500 years. But it doesn't matter. So if there's something else that comes along that will take the focus, then it's gone.
yeah.
But John's the whole center of Ingwe's story at the moment. Like,
There you
I
go,
think it's
yeah.
the center of everyone's like in terms of like what we're following, like the threads that we're following and stuff. I feel like Jean is at the center of that for like nearly everyone right now.
yeah,
think
which is so
there's
funny
also,
too, because there's also lots of other people's stories that keep popping up, but because they're not related to Jean's story, it doesn't seem like Ingwe's friends have died,
Hmm.
and Ingwe's like, yeah, that's sad, but
This is cool.
Yeah.
You are correct. However, one of the things is also probably that Sean's story is more tangible.
yes,
You don't have to find a magic thing to do a magic thing. It's pretty much more straightforward, more like a human kind of aspect of how to look at things. Ingwe's is a little bit more convoluted. You haven't quite unpacked what's going on in that sense yet. You haven't even seen the book from the same perspective as someone else. If it's right or wrong, that I cannot say, obviously. But there's something in there that is more of how Ingwe progresses through the information that he receives and what he decides to do with that information.
Yeah.
And Drekix is very much linked to his religion. And that doesn't have a left or right or where to go, but it definitely does have
some sort of impact on his direction.
Drekic's story right now reminds me of Jean's story early game, in that it was more personal until the discovery of Grotfort and the goings on there. Like, once things blew up to like this is a bigger thing that's affecting a lot more people and is actually making an impact on the world, and there's a lot more to what can happen to his wife and all that sort of thing. But before that, it was basically just like, well, getting some people, going to clear my home and get my home back. And that's sort of the sense I get from Drekix, where it's just like, all right, well, I've been, disbanded and all that sort of stuff, banished, and so I just got to get right with the gods and get back in there. It's like a very personal story. So yeah, no, it's interesting.
So far, at least, there's obviously a lot more layers to each of your stories that you
100%
really understand yet, but it doesn't mean that it's not something that it definitely can go a lot deeper than you think it can at the moment, and that's I find that interesting.
Yeah.
So I obviously know what's going on.
I feel like Celeste is actually actively avoiding hers. Like she's followed up with like a possible lead on like something that's shaken her core of reality. But it's also very personal in the fact that it has literally not affected anyone else at this point, and like no one else even has so it's like, why bring it up and why follow it? Because we have all these other important things that are going on. There's cities burning. They're like, literally Jean's wife is haunting him. Like there's this, she's there, like we can see, and like Ingwe has this block of metal that actually has these clues like written on it here, and she's just only had visions that like only come to her, and like she roped Sonos in briefly to help her, and he was no help really. I mean, help in the sense of like it eliminated some things,
options.
But, some options, but yeah. So hers is very much just like, okay, well I'll do, like it's kind of the same thing. Like there's nothing actual tangible, like no tangible thing for it to follow.
Are they like opposite things though too? Like Jean and Celeste feel like very opposite characters in that Jean had kind of an urgent need that we all followed, but are we going to get to the point where Celeste figures it out and the pieces of the puzzle become clear, and then she's all just like, fuck you, do what I say, like this is the solution to the problem. I'm gonna kill, like John's gonna die anyway in 10 years, so he can die serving me. Like, like that sense of time. Like, as long as his like I'll make sure that he has great grandchildren. Like that sense of like that godly power. Like, John, you sacrifice yourself now to get me home, and I'll make sure you have 1,000 grandchildren. And John would be like, yeah, okay. Dylan's alive. And
yeah, kind of.
Like that's that kind of like sense of time where if Celeste figures it out, yeah, you'll go to the afterlife, whatever John believes the afterlife is. Yeah, you go to the afterlife with your wife.
And your dad.
And you're like, that sense of dying for, the sense of death for someone that's immortal is so much. It's just, as a human, I can't understand it. Like,
yeah.
An immortal person dying is way worse than a mortal person dying. Because you already, like, my kids talk about, like, oh, we've just got a new puppy. And it's like, oh, yeah, the puppy's going to die before us. Like, yes, that is a fact.
Yep.
Yes, that we know that dogs live less than humans.
That's, yeah, I've seen some, like, comparisons drawn on that with like humans with pets are kind of like elves with human friends.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, I remember like your great grandfather. Like I traveled with them. They're like, oh my god, like this, it's kind of like puppies with like generations of livers and stuff. It's like I can trace you back to like your great grandmother.
And
this puppy is like, I have no idea what you're talking about, friend.
Elves and breeding. That's a whole D&D campaign.
We
breeding
humans.
The elves that are breeding humans for certain racial like traits.
Oh my god, let's not get into like
traits.
eugenics.
Definitely doing one shot based on that.
No.
Cats and
the
stuff.
Elven
like,
Hitler.
Definitely not.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
Anyway, that went a bit of a tangent.
What about Ingwe's mother?
and the story with the Pixie King. What do you think is going on there?
So I think it's like I think it's obvious but not obvious. The obvious is that Ingwe's mother is not his mother, and there's like
Maybe.
a sense of like that's the like yes definitely maybe there's multiple, but I think it's clearly like there's this lady that the Pixie King thinks is Ingwe's mother, that's highly dexterous and good with knives, and that's actually not Ingwe's mother. And then there's this other person that is biologically Ingwe's mother that is somewhere else or is dead. And then Ingwe's Vidrina, who Ingwe thinks is his mother, has raised him to keep him safe from the Pixie King for whatever reason.
Maybe.
His mother is going to be at that location.
The fire place.
The map. that
Oh,
Ingwe
you
has,
reckon?
that's where his mum's going to be, or it's going to be some sort of answer to like where he can find her, or like he's going to unlock like some power when he gets there, or like if there's going to be some big revelation as to like Ingwe's like lineage or history, or like maybe he's related to like the king, or like there's going to be some sort of like revelation or power.
Yeah,
like,
I think the revelation is there. I think the mother is in the fire elemental plane. And I think you're going to go to that place. What do you think, Sharok?
I mean, yeah, I hadn't thought of it that deeply, to be honest. I was just sort of took a lot of it at surface level. I was just like, yep, okay, she's not the mum. She's off somewhere else protecting. That map probably leads to her.
It's like too cold.
But yeah, but now that you guys are mentioning that as well, yeah, it could be like revelations to things. It could be maybe a secret to taking down the Pixie King. Maybe the Pixie King has got something protecting them, or something in some capacity, and she was trying to break free. Maybe it is maybe she signed up as a contract in some capacity, so no matter what she wants to do, she can't come back, and that will give us the instructions of where to go to find out how to break the contract, or who knows. Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's one where I didn't think we had enough information, but now you guys talk about it, I'm just like, yeah, those are pretty good theories.
We have, if we go back to, oh god, what was its name? What was the name of the city? Where Tam
Kronos.
lives? No, not Kronos.
Helga's Fret.
Helga's Fret. That's it. I keep wanting to say Tamthorn because you named a place after Tam. So whenever I think of Tam, I always think, oh yeah, it's in Tam. It's not actually there.
Nearby.
Yes, if we go back there and we get the map on the coin, we could literally take a couple sessions and do Ingwe's thing and like find it, because we have everything that we need to follow that.
No.
No?
You have two things. You have one set of instructions once you get to location X. You have no idea where X23 Y17 is, because it doesn't line up with any maps you have.
But it could just be a point, because it was a point in the water, wasn't it? When we lined it up on the map.
Nah, it was a point on the... Nah, we didn't know where that point was.
So-
We were assuming the coin... Our characters assume the coin is the map, and we'll just be able to line it up.
Oh, yep.
But
So
if the coin
you're missing a
doesn't-
reference point.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if we went back to Tams and got the map, potentially, we could like follow that thread.
You can try. It depends on whatever's on that actually on that map when you get there.
It
Yes,
feels a
you
bit
didn't
like...
expect it very much. You just kind of pocketed, and then that was it.
It feels a bit like, and this is like, this is the meta versus player thing. It feels a bit like Tom's like, here's this important thing, and Ingwe's like, not important. It's like, here's this important thing.
I mean,
Here's
it
more
doesn't
information about this
necessarily-
important thing.
it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with anything.
It doesn't. But I see from like Sharok's point where he's like not picked up on all these things that we've been like. We have 7 notes, and Sharok has 400. And of those 7 notes, they all kind of line up.
Because, like, also potentially, we don't even have to go back to Helga's Fret.
We just killed the Pixie King.
Well, not what I was thinking.
All go home.
All go home.
But so there's an awkwardness in terms of like both of those. Like Ingwe, if he goes home, won't come out again.
Yeah.
So that's like a character death scenario.
Yeah.
For Ingwe, because unless he goes home and discovers that home is not
Burnt.
or like there was corruption and it was an evil place and we're gonna like fight and they try and kill us, then he'd leave.
I still think
But
that Ingwe might actually side with them. And if they were evil, right? He'd be like, oh yeah, I can see what you...
Potentially, yeah. Ingwe's definitely capable of like, we're gonna control, yeah, definitely. Like, so
Yep.
That's what I mean. Like, if we go to Ingwe's place, that's character death kind of scenario because he's not. There's very few scenarios where he then leaves again.
Yep.
Even destruction of the world, like the world's gonna just. We've done destruction of the world. Like my village has done destruction of the world before. We survived. We'll keep that story.
I'm in a similar situation.
Yeah, the time thing is really changes the motivation. Because like I can imagine John being like, how can you not leave the world? Like millions of people are going to die. Well, people die all the time.
Not anyone that I know.
Yeah.
My entire
John
civilization exists somewhere else.
Yep.
You've killed thousands of people by yourself, John. Like, what are you talking about? You celebrate. You've got people on your walls.
No,
Fair
but
enough.
Ironically, with his son, it actually is people because they're zombies.
yeah, true.
Oh.
The plants thing changes the dynamic too.
Oh god.
Like Ingwe hasn't even really explored plants as people. Like if you then even go to like plants as people, you just like the morality just goes through the roof. Like, oh.
Yeah, it's either seen as 2 ways, right? Well, I mean, there's many more ways, but 2 main ways. It's either like, oh, well, fuck it, if plants are people too, then I can't eat anything, so I guess I'll eat everything. Or the opposite, where it's like, I can't eat anything. Oh my gosh, I have to find an alternative. I have to magically feed myself or something, because I can't.
Well, good berries, right? Like, that's the thing about good berries, right? Like, are good berries magical nothingness, so you just eat good berries for the rest of your life? And then in a society like Ingwe's, is everything good berry? Like, can you have a lamb chop and it's a good berry, but it looks like a lamb chop and it tastes like a lamb chop?
Yeah.
But
You've also
no
got
one
like
actually
create
died.
water.
Yeah.
Magic.
Yeah. Is it like magically produced food? I spoke to this about Tom off stream. I was like, oh, would Ingwe's home like look like a nuclear power plant? Like if you go far enough away from nature, we're like, I don't want to kill trees. Like if trees are people, then you don't want to enslave trees. So then everything would look plastic. Like if you had magic that could produce stuff, it would look really modern. Because it'd be like, oh, we like trees because we love them. But like my Lionel floor behind me is not, no trees died to produce the floor. But it looks like a tree on my floor, but it's just like rubber with some ink on it, 3D printed.
Magic 3D printers.
That's true.
Your people are so sophisticated. We've been doing this for millions of years.
Well, even that sense of like,
Yeah.
they figured out, right? They figured out with floorboards, you need 7 different types, and then it looks like floor. If you have 6, then people notice that they're the same. If you have 7 different like patterns and you put the floorboards down, you don't have to you can pay the dude $25 an hour as long as you have 7. And you just put them whatever. You don't have to instruct the dude. You just put them whatever as long as there's 7 different types. Even if there's 2 next to each other, no one notices as long as there's 7.
Yep.
All right. Well, I have some questions about some characters and what your points of view are on them. So there is a 4-armed purple individual with a pincer tail chasing Celeste.
Me?
Yeah, that was the question. Where is Celeste?
Oh yeah, that's right.
What's up?
Sorry, he attacked Ingwe, so I assumed it was after Ingwe.
Yes. No, he was just planting a tracker.
No idea.
Yep.
No idea. Okay.
No idea.
No idea.
That's
That's why I know
like
Celeste
that.
is a pirate. Because
The Scorpion
What?
Man
Yeah.
came after her.
Classic pirate stuff.
Classic. With the stories that his mother tells, I'm not
That's
surprised.
All
I-
pirates have one.
I remember when Pirates of the Caribbean came out, and I was like, I think they did too many purple scorpion guys in that movie.
Yeah.
Too cliche
It
pirates.
was
It's
tough
right,
cast-
yeah,
It was
it
tough
broke
casting.
the immersion. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. It means that I did my job.
No idea. Purple pincer man with 4 arms?
Yeah.
No. I have no point of reference for that at all, except that it's weird enough to come from another dimension.
Right.
That's
That's fair. So,
Yeah.
what do you take of the art pieces depicting the little square key pieces?
yeah, that was cool.
we need to find the artist and talk to them, because I have a feeling that they are linked to the Karameshis and potentially also had similar visions like we did with foretelling prophecies and shit like that. That they had some sort of keystone that they also touched and got granted with these visions, and now they're they're sitting in a room somewhere naked, just painting. Like that guy from Heroes. You know that guy from Heroes? He gets really high and
Yeah.
paints the future. I imagine it's like
Yeah,
that guy.
Yeah, Courage, is that his name? I can't remember. Something with
I
K.
saw it many years ago.
He got really high on heroin and just painted the future. Save the cheerleader, save the world.
Yeah, that was a good reference. Good reference. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, because that was done by what's his name, Chimera,
Castan Camera.
Castine, come here.
Yeah. So I have a theory that Castine is about to get in a bunch of trouble. I have a theory that Karameshis are going to find out about these paintings or something to that effect, and be like, "Who's responsible for these?" Oh, no, I just want to chat, maybe buy this art off them. And then that's the last we see Castine.
Wait. When else did we see Castine?
On the ship.
On the ship.
He's the white tiefling.
The guy who worked with the purveyor, right?
No, that was Otto.
Ah.
In the
He
painting
worked
notes
for
I've
the
written as
stone.
well.
He worked at the academy with where Danica is working.
Danica, no, wait, come back.
We have questions.
Cast iron, not cast iron. Got it. He's a
Well, you've been saying it a few times, but I stopped correcting you after 3.
Oh, they're the same person.
Another good
It
reason we have
all
these
clicks
episodes.
together. Jacob's figured it out now.
What is Sean's take on Arbelladon? Other than being jealous.
Yeah, it's
Take
kind
on
of like those movies where you see like the kid brings home a new friend from school or whatever like that, and the parents are sort of going like, "Is this kid fucking good enough for my kid? Like, who the fuck is this kid? Who do they think they are? What are they coming in here with this fancy? They come in here showing my kid they got a Game Boy, brand new Game Boy. I can't get him a Game Boy. It's too expensive to get a Game Boy right now. But you get it like it's that kind of an approach. So it's like,
Don't tell
my
your
friend."
kids that Santa bought the PlayStation. Let
That's fair.
Yeah, so he's got a bit of a concern, like, who the fuck is this guy just peering out of the woods, just wants to help with this zombie whatever's going on, and then they just disappear and come and go as they please. Like, what's going on here? So he's a little suspicious of them. but he's happy that so far it has seemed to be a beneficial relationship. But he is concerned like a parent would be concerned that their children are mixing with the right group, like mixing with some good kids as opposed to some who might get him in trouble or something like that. That's sort of the approach.
Well, that's fair. You also haven't even met this person, so that also will obviously be tricky. That's fair. What about Aaron Crimson Wright?
Yeah.
Possessed.
Ooh.
I
Okay.
reckon that there's some unwillingness in that situation. There's some sort of like mind control, and it's not just Aaron Crimson, right? There's probably also sleeper agents around the world who are doing something similar. I think that's my
Interesting.
tinfoil hat theory.
Where's your hat? Where's your hat?
Oh, sorry, if it was making my head really hot.
No, it's all good.
What is
Yeah,
it?
okay. I think he is completely willing. I think he has made a deal that will benefit him ultimately, or something to that effect. And so he is a completely willing subject in this, or completely willing individual in this whole shindig. I think he was partly responsible as to why death, so to speak, was at their knighting. I think he was responsible for getting them in there and that. But yeah, I think he's a very willing part of it. And he's going to be looking to benefit greatly from the becoming like a lord of some city. Maybe he gets Kingshelm. They get the rest of the world, but he gets Kingshelm or something to that effect. But yeah.
Well. Well, we'll see. What about Langdon? Detective Douche?
I was going to say, I have him listed as douche several times in my notes, so that gives you a pretty good summary.
He seems alright.
Macaroni.
He seems like a straight up honest kind of guy.
Yeah,
Well-
Jean doesn't like him. I think he's ultimately well-intentioned and a good guy, but not really a fan of how he does things. It's like a cop who's doing the right things who just pisses everyone off anyways, the way they do it. Like, that's the impression I sort of get.
Ingwe likes him and thinks he's a lovely man, and Jacob thinks he is the big bad. That's good.
Well, he has been just as much in all this troublesome situations as you have.
I feel like Celeste is suspicious of him, and he's a little bit like coattail ridey, I guess. Like, she has this feeling that all the work that they're putting in to, like, you know, they were the ones who like went into the garrison and did all this shit, and then he turned up. They were the ones who were like attacking this like werewolf creature or whatever, and then he turned up. So it's like he is always at the right place at the wrong time, and they're wanting to get all the information from them to what's happening. And she's kind of like, well, one hand washes the other. You have to give us something for us to want to, like, she's very much on the fence about like, I want to, as a person, help solve all this shit, but I do not want, she's traumatized by Sons of Flumph. She wants to like, you know, you can't steal this from us. And I think that's where she gets very frustrated, in the sense of like, you know, one hand washes the other. You can't come in here demanding information and then withhold information. Like, it's not how that. Celeste is a chaotic neutral character. Like, she's very, doesn't side with like one side or the other. It's always comes back to what's going to benefit her in the moment. And he is doing nothing to benefit her in the moment.
He's sharing nothing. That's correct.
Yeah.
Very correct.
And so I think that's why she gets very like, no, like, fuck off. If you want our help, then you have to help us. Like, it's a two-way. Everything is a two-way street with her. So it's, I think that's why she gets that's when people get under her nerves, when it's very much like they try to take, because I guess a little bit of like backstory trauma, I guess, from Celeste is that she is always being taken from, Like there's always something from her that people are just always like taking from her and like, you know, give us this, give us that, do this, do like it's very much that. And now at the start of the campaign was kind of the first time she was off on her own doing her thing to do something for herself for once.
Yeah.
And now it's again turning into like, you need to give us this, you need to, and she's just like, where is the benefit for me and for us? And she's selfish, like she's a, you know, she's a selfish person, and I guess that's where those chords get, like the Sons of Flumph, like that's where she gets really frustrated. Like, you stop stealing shit that is ours, like that is us. And yeah.
Yep.
So if he'd come in cards on the table, she would have also been cards on the table, I feel like. But the fact that he was very like, yes, interesting, oh well, thank you for that, we'll be on our way. She was like, hang on a minute.
Fair enough. What about... Well, we already kind of talked about Midas, but what about Derlin himself?
Great
What do you
kid.
think's going on there?
Celeste is concerned that he is too big for his britches, and that he, as a testament to what happened when they were fighting the wolf, he, you know, he's great at offense and whatever, but he does not have the to like save himself if shit gets. And that's why she's really concerned for Jean as well, like in that sense of like, your wife has died, your family nearly died, and your son wants to be like you, but he can't be like you. Like, you know, he needs, yeah, she's very, and like with the whole like drinking thing and everything, she was very much just like, you need to grow up before, you know, it's kind of like when it's happened to me when I was a baby. I learnt to walk very quickly, but I didn't understand, I guess, spatial awareness, and I fell down flights of stairs because I didn't have the awareness of, like, you know, a 2-year-old who's walking. I was like, you know, however old I was, like 8 months or whatever. I was walking, but my brain was not developed enough to understand dangers. So I'm like falling down flights of stairs and, like, you know, banging my head on concrete. And I feel like Derlin is the same. It's like, he's grown up very fast, but he hasn't matured at the same rate that he has, like...
Well, he has been on his own quite a bit.
Yeah. A great kid, but...
A lot of skills and a lot of wisdom. Ingwe's the opposite, like, oh yeah, this is a much more competent version of the father.
I mean...
like John, but just more effective.
I'm worried that Derlin is going to go out on his own and try and, like, Laura is terrified. Celeste is like, yeah, cool, he's gone with the family, they're going to go, you know. Laura is terrified that he's going to show up one day.
Oh, is Derlin not staying with us?
He went with them.
He's off.
Oppositely, like Ingwe's like, oh yeah, Dylan's the better version of Jean, but like from a play perspective, like we can protect him. But if he goes off by himself,
or a Belladon is going to come and get him and take him somewhere.
Well, but also like that sense of the Wardenfall family being important. So if you want to end a line, you've got to end the line. And it's the same with the Karameshis. If you want to end a line, you don't end the line. It's easier to end the line with the young than it is to end the line with the old. And more efficient. Like, you could kill the powerful person, or you could just kill all his kids. And that's where we're at with the Karameshis, right? Like, he's like, oh, you killed my surviving daughter. But really, she killed herself because she was like, I don't believe in this, whatever. But actually, if genetics is your end game, you don't kill the grandfather, you kill the grandkids.
Yeah.
The grandfather rage and start wars.
Yep.
Speaking of ending lines, what happened to Sean's father?
So, I'm just going to drop in 2 cents of Derlin as well before going to Derlin. Derlin Jr. to
Double Ds.
Yeah, exactly. I will say one additional thing for Derlin Jr. is, I think Jean left being like the very strict father. Like, hey, we've had to run from our home. We have to survive in the woods now because there's this undead invasion. Like, Jean left him in the woods, not even back at the house from memory. He was like, we're surviving out here. You need to do what you can. They built like a little temporary shelter. And then he's come back and he's back at the house. And it's like, oh, wow, look at the success in that. And then gotten in and had this conversation in that. And John senses almost a little bit of like an earned arrogance type thing where it's just like, oh, you've clearly come back. You've proven yourself capable in these regards. But it's like, starting to continue, like with the drinking thing and all that sort of stuff, to a point where Jean's starting to be like, all right, well, hang the fuck on now. Well, hold on. Like, less than a year ago, we were cowering in the woods. Like, now you're out here trying to be old Mr. fucking swinging around doing his thing. Like, hang on a sec. But yeah. Ultimately, Sean's going to protect him for no matter what. But going to his father, I think something very interesting about that is the note specifically regarding the stab wound, because while we only had bones left, there was a note that the area around where the dagger was found, the rib cage had turned blackish. Elements of the bone had gone sort of dark. Mm-hmm. Who is responsible for this? I don't know. I have an idea or two of how it can be linked, but I think Jean may have gotten too close to what is happening at Grut Fort, and I think it's very heavily linked to that ultimately, considering how close he was found, and the fact that these things ultimately came and did damage to his farm. Almost makes me think that maybe there was some previous engagement or arrangement with his father, and that these things branched out and attacked his farm almost because they were kind of aware it was there because his father was off. So maybe his father had some sort of secret hush-hush, something going on there, deal, or was protecting the family the whole time from there, or something to that effect. But we'll see. I don't know. Just some theories, some ideas.
There was one more note of what the symbol was on that dagger as well, if you remember that.
Sorry, my mouse is dying.
Oh.
I was like, I can't do anything. What's going on? I remember the ring had the skeletal dragon on it, right?
Nope, that was the dagger.
That was the dagger. Okay,
so the shield with a skeleton dragon on it.
That's it. Sorry. Yes. So the ring had Macy's name.
Yes.
The engraving.
It was a wedding ring.
Yeah.
And I believe you did get the information of the emblem as well, as far as I remember, of knowing what it was, but maybe I'm incorrect. If it is not in your notes, then ignore
I feel like Drekik knew what it was.
Yes, that's correct. Drekik knew what it was. I'm not sure if he shared that.
I don't think so.
Because he knew that it was the symbol of the king in Sharnan, the half-king, the half-giant king, and their royal house.
That rings a bell, but I don't think
I don't think he officially said it.
Hey, Vandy.
Hello, Vandy.
Välkommen.
Nerd. That's us.
Yeah, but that's interesting that you say that, because when did Jean's father disappear? It was a couple of years ago, wasn't it?
It was quite a few years ago.
Yeah. I don't know if Derlin was even born yet, actually.
He was not.
He was young. It was like,
He wasn't born yet, but you were talking about, or at least preparing for it, or at least were close to it. Danica had met Midas, but they were not married yet.
Yeah.
So
So
that's
quite a few years ago.
Yeah.
Because if his father was out doing something with Gratbort, and then depending on when he died, because he may not have died that long ago. Really, he could have died a year and a half ago, which is when all that shit started happening. It's Interesting. Maybe he was like keeping a ward up or something like that, like because your family is like linked to the founders of the city, so maybe he was like in there like keeping some sort of like protection ward up, and then death, you got some like an assassin and killed him and hid his body where he was, or maybe that was where he was the whole time, just at these ruins.
Yeah.
Like do it. Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Also, what happened with the tower?
Yeah. Fuck.
It grew from nothing. Yeah.
Funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about the Feywild? What's going on?
I don't know. If I could get that, I could tell you.
Well, you've gotten a little bit of information that weird things were going on, but no details because obviously you don't have anyone. You're getting very delayed messages from the other side as well.
I don't know. I couldn't even make out really those messages from my mother. Like they were very kind of like broken up and staticky and all of it. And honestly, Celeste thinks that everything is fine. Like she's like everything exactly where I left it. Cressida's probably, you know, sitting there with books up her ass and her nose up her father's asshole. They're having a great time. Like, you know, she's probably just thinks that everything is fine there. Her main, I guess, motivation at this point is to strangle Vartex because of what he did to her brother, like what she thinks that Vartex did to her brother, and so that's her main motivation now, to like, you know, break the Cimmerian wards and fix whatever happened to Alexander, because she's never met Alexander, like really, and yeah.
Cool.
That whole Feywild thing has got me very intrigued. I'm very, very curious to see what happens with all that. Because I feel like it's not going to be as simple as just being like, and now people can go to the Feywild. Like, I feel like shit is going to go down and it's going to have massive rippling effects, and I think it will. Jean has absolutely no idea, but I think it's going to have massive repercussions on Celeste's home in some capacity. I'm very curious of that.
It's also interesting because Tom and I have had conversations. He hasn't told me anything, but we've had in-depth conversations about things relating to the Feywild, which I don't think he would bother doing if it was just going to be like all right, the gateway's open now and you can now travel. Like the kind of conversation that we had are not as simple as like that.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
There's definitely consequences to actions, and that's very clear, I think, already. Sean's already getting hunted down for whatever he did to that city.
Wait. Again, don't know what you're talking about.
How many summons can you ignore before they start sending people after you?
You whoop
Well,
one
I
ass.
mean, Langdon was
World's
pretty lax about it, but he did mention that we might need to have a conversation soon.
Yep.
But
Conversation or an interrogation? Langdon.
well, man, you didn't make an inside check when he said that, but he wasn't like detaining anyone at that point, so obviously it's
Turns
not high
out,
on his
oh
progress.
my god, he's working with Rokon.
Could be,
oh my god.
could be a dirty cop.
Oh my god, we've been sold out.
Wouldn't be a dirty cop if the Karameshis are at the top of the food pile.
Yeah, no. Doing exactly playing the game exactly how it's meant to be played.
I don't know why, but my dumbass was like, oh, interrogation. First thing that came to mind was like, how would a fantasy interrogation room work if there's no like one-way mirror? It's magical. Of course they can make one-way mirrors, but for some reason my dumbass was just like, would the person on the other side of that mirror just be using disguise self to look like the person in that mirror so that they can sit there and like
just
mimic
copy
them?
you.
And
Wow.
just... oh yeah, I
full-time
was listening
job.
the whole time while I was acting alongside them.
Because scrying isn't a spell.
Yeah, exactly.
Or it's so
It's
not
like,
truth.
the most complicated way of doing this is all right.
Yeah.
Suggestion.
You disguise yourself to look like a mirror.
I want to use complicated magic to do something simple.
Power word kill, and then speak with dead and say, I'm gonna resurrect you if you tell me the truth. That's interrogation for you, CIA style.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're getting waterboarded with dead.
Yep.
My God.
Necrotic boarded.
So any other persons of interest that you think is interesting
or something is going on with that. You
The
haven't
blue
yet.
fox.
Yeah.
Blue fox.
I haven't spoken to the blue fox yet. Well, I'm waiting for the blue fox to not be a baby.
I feel like the blue fox is going to be either incredibly significant or not.
Or just
significant.
not at all.
Like it is, it's just like, oh, this is just a rare occurrence of like magic, them being born in a magical area, or like somewhere where there's a bit more magic than usual. That's it. It's just this is a normal thing that happens in nature. Or this blue fox is like directly linked to the Feywild.
I'm
something.
stressed about it because like Tom's previously been like, oh, like I can't remember the scenario, but it was like, oh, you lost the like thing that you made that has Vartex in it is just gone. It was unimportant. Obviously, really important because Vartex being gone is important, but like from a narrative perspective, Vartex being gone is like, oh yeah, okay. None of us would be like, we've got to go find him and save him.
Yeah,
We'd be like, oh,
yeah,
we'll get
that's-
there. But now that the foxes are in there, if like Tom's like, oh well, the necklace is missing, and he's going to be like, she's my friend. More important than Celeste. More important than Dragon
Truffles
for
number one.
Shores.
Truffles number one.
It's like,
That's fair. What about
just changes that level of like urgency of a character that I think could have disappeared and not being nobody to have the foxes in that space. And Derlin being in there and being like, I'm holding my, like, just that sense, like Ingwe wouldn't have noticed that everyone hated Vartex, except that Derlin hated Vartex without knowing him. Like, Ingwe's, before Derlin hated Vartex, Ingwe's justification for you hating Vartex was he played a trick on you. Oh, he
Ruined
played a trick.
my life, but the trick also works.
But he did. Vartex is the same as you. From Ingwe's perspective, you and Celeste and Vartex have the same problem. In that
Except that
they
he
both want to go home.
I mean,
Except he won.
I guess the
Except he
problem
won.
is that one person has killed a lot of people, and the other person has not killed a lot of people.
I think
But-
Celeste has killed lots of people. I've seen Celeste kill lots of people.
That's true, but yeah.
But
that's fair.
isn't no, but like like has you say, Laura, you say that Vartex ruined your life. Why? I'm missing something. Why is Vartex the problem with you not being able to go home?
So he caused the gates to close. So he's the one who, when he left the Feywild, so he pretty much left like straight after Celeste did. And then when he left the Feywild, he closed the gates so that
He
no one-
closed the gates.
No.
Well, he didn't. Well, he's the reason. So he basically committed war crimes
Yes.
in like where she's from. So he has committed war crimes there, and so when
Yes.
he left, they closed the gates so that he basically
He
couldn't get
couldn't
back in.
come back
And that's why the Sumerian wards have been put up, right?
to stop
Yes.
Vartex from getting back.
Yeah.
And so
And everyone
she has now been cut off from everything that she has ever known, like all of her family, her magic, like everything that she worked for like, 100 years. Her life's work is now trapped behind this guy who committed atrocities, in her homeland,
Got it.
and now she can't even talk to her family. Like she can't even communicate.
Definitely missed that piece of information.
Yeah. That's fair. I also don't think you actually mentioned that to them, did you?
Yeah, she has when they first
yeah.
were, because Celeste didn't realize that Vartex was the cause of it until she told Alexander about Vartex, and then he was like, "Oh yeah, that's the person that everyone hates." And then when she was talking to what's his name way long ago, what was his name? What's that guy's name?
The original guy?
Yeah, in
Gerald.
Riverrun.
Jeff Franklin.
In
With the
Riverrun.
word.
No, who are you talking about?
Yeah,
No,
so
it's an
when she-
individual name.
Yeah, so he also, because she's got to give him money still, which she hasn't even amassed enough money that she needs to give him yet. So
Well, he probably racked up more debt now, but yeah.
yeah, because he also had information about like this guy that the gods were chasing. Well, not the gods as in these gods, like her. Anyway,
Yeah,
different.
yeah.
Same but different. Yeah, like they were chasing this guy. He committed all these horrible war crimes and closed the gates.
Yeah.
She's like, cool. There's literally my entire life.
And he
so
used to work for Athia
yeah.
up until the point where he didn't anymore.
And if guy getting on the wrong side of gods and myrrh and men, and he's not a good being. And so when she's like, be like this guy, no, and then Ingo's like, yeah, I'm just gonna go in there and hang out with him, and I'll put Derlin in there with him. She's like,
And Mina.
and Mina, like, if she knew about that, she would have fucking like, lost her shit. Like, do not put people in there with him in a place that he controls. Don't do it. We trapped him in there for a reason. Do it. You're going in there and sleeping. You're trying to have sex with this person. Like, it's
Yeah.
But yes, that's that's why she's so cantankerous towards him.
Bad in the world, good in bed. That's what they say, right?
She's
You know what they say about guys with big alignments.
because she's been away from home at this point longer than she was ever at home.
Yeah.
Like, that's how long it's been.
Yeah.
Because she's 120, she left when she was 40, so she's been here like 80 years, so double the amount of time. So it's been a long time.
Yeah.
Very true. Yeah, it's an interesting pickle.
Which is also why I feel like one of the reasons that she's so angry all the time is because she's just like, I didn't want to be here doing all this shit. It was literally just for a spring break holiday, and now I'm here. I'm supposed to be for like a long weekend, and now
Your visa ran out.
yeah, now I'm stuck in this place. The
All those
culture is
COVID people.
weird.
Fair. Well, one
I
last
have to learn a
question,
new
I think,
language.
because we're already at 11 now. So, one last character I don't think we talked about. Logan. He is not doing too great, but what do you think of him so far?
Stand up bloke.
I like
He's
him.
friends with Sean.
That takes a lot. True. True.
I was gonna say, yeah, he's more Tam speed, isn't he?
Yeah. He's been beaten up a little bit, but you managed to save him though, so that's a good direction at least.
Now we'll
I would die for Logan.
Okay,
I
fair
love
enough.
Logan.
that's pretty. Seems like a pretty legit guy.
Hang on, you would die or Celeste would die for
Oh
Logan?
no,
Oh.
Laura would die for Logan.
Okay.
Laura would die for
How
Logan.
does that work?
Self insert. I'll make another character.
Fair enough. Cool.
Just a level 1 farmer, and that'll be me.
It'll just be one of his new recruits.
Yeah. Celeste, Celeste has no feelings one way or the other. Like, really. She is friends with, if he's friends with Tam, he can't be a bad person. That doesn't automatically make him like a good person, especially with how Tam, acted. But yeah, no feelings one way or the other. Laura loves Logan.
Fair enough.
I cannot stress that enough, especially the whole shirtless and working out like in the courtyard. Like,
He's definitely working his charm on certain people.
with the golden hair, like I'm.
Mac Dreamy.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Do you know who kind of reminds me of in Hunchback of Notre Dame? Like the other one that Esmeralda. Not Quasimodo, obviously, but I can't remember his name.
There's the three. There's
The blonde
the
main
priest,
character.
the captain, and
The captain?
Yeah, the captain.
Yeah.
Not the bad guy, not the Hellfire, not that guy.
Oh,
No.
one of the best songs in all of Disney. Such a good song.
Now
I think,
it's yours.
I think I built him a little bit off. Remember Dario, my old character Dario, like his charming self.
wasn't
Just
gonna mention
except
that.
he was capable. He was not uncapable, unlike Dario.
He didn't vomit every 2
He
seconds.
didn't vomit every time he was in combat now. I built up his visible appearance of that at least a little bit.
I remember I imagine him like in like anime where he will like be standing there like doing something and like there's like sweat dripping off his face and he turns around and it's like slow motion and the sparkles come up behind him like that.
Yeah, no, that's very close. That's very close.
Yeah.
I see him as kind of like a Captain America type. That's sort
Thank
of
you.
what I get.
Yes.
Captain America.
Yeah, I get a little bit of a Captain America kind of vibe where it's just like, I'm here to
Yes,
do
yes,
good,
sure.
even though, like, because especially the fact that he's got like his illness that's slowly causing him trouble in that, and
Yeah.
yet he's still there to fight on and train on the next people and all that. I get a little bit of a Captain America kind of vibe from him.
Yeah. Tam
yeah.
didn't even share that, did he? I don't remember if he did.
No, I don't.
He's
I don't
the only
think
one
so.
who picked up on it because he's a doctor, obviously. so
Yeah.
there were some concerns there,
But
Yeah.
Jean's had very little
know.
interaction with him because he met him at the. No, he didn't even really interact with him at the Nighting. He saw him at the Nighting. He met him briefly afterwards when they came up. All the other conversations have usually been private. Sean's either waited in the alley awkwardly or been elsewhere completely. Yeah.
imagine you being in the alley with the elements laughing now that you know
exactly.
what the fuck's up.
Yeah. No, but yeah, the closest interaction John's had with Logan has been when he pulled him off the wall with the blades
That's
and that
true.
kind of thing. But from the very little that is, Jean's also very much a lawful character in that it's not about the law of the land and more his own morals and his own sort of views on how things should be done. But he also has quite a large respect for those that do guard and protect and all that sort of stuff, as long as they seem genuine about doing good. Like if they are very clearly listening to someone who's an arrogant douche above them and like very clearly doing things for their own benefit as opposed to the benefit of the land, you'd be like, fuck you guys. You guys aren't actually proper like guards. What are you doing? You're just bodyguards for these guys. But yeah, he's... So I think he respects Logan a lot, but he doesn't really have much of an opinion outside of that.
It's going to be an interesting dynamic now that Langdon has showed up, because Langdon and him, who's in charge, one is a knight, the other one is not.
Yep.
Grand Salazar, isn't that what his title is?
Yes.
That
Salazar.
doesn't sound suspicious. Salazar. Suspicious. That's suspicious. That's weird.
Cool. Well, I think that's probably what I have in my intention of talking about tonight. I think. I'm not sure if anyone else has something to add. You can talk about anything. You
am having so much fun with this campaign. Like I find myself at the end of like every session just being like, okay, let's keep going. Like I love it so much, and I'm so in it. Like when we sit down to play, I am so like in the zone, like in Celeste's head, just like it's incredible. And thank you so much, Tom, for like putting this all together and letting us, be be our characters, and I'm also loving the interactions between the characters as well. Like I'm really finding that I love playing Celeste, and I love playing with you guys, and I'm already tearing up at the thought of it ending. Even though it's probably not going to be for a while.
Well, I think once we get to the final episode at some point of this campaign, I think it will be a very emotional episode for
not me already getting upset about it.
Well, I mean, I am. Thank you for saying that. I think my job is very much to be a mirror to your choices, both on and off the camera. And I think I have fun writing the shit. Sometimes it gets a little convoluted, but eventually it makes sense.
Also, I was saying in the Discord the other day as well when we were talking about playing, and I mentioned that Tom has such a way with building the world and building the characters and getting me invested so heavily in them that in the same 5 or 10 minute interval while we're playing, I can want to kill and like I'll scream at his character, and then 5 minutes later I'm crying over the death of his character, and like I'm having this like really intense, like the way that he can play so many, like just the facets of the characters that he builds and the worlds that he builds, and how invested I think that we get in them, and that can cause those emotions of like severe anger and hatred and loathing. And then also in the same instance, I want to die for this character, and I'm crying, and it's like this. Yeah, it's incredible. So I love it.
Yeah. Thank you, Tom.
No. Thank you guys. You wouldn't be the same without you. I obviously created the world, but it would be empty without you coming up with things that I can add to it that will turn into something else that will be a long-lasting effect. Like an example is our when I play in my home game, I have a few of these guys in my home game, and their characters' actions and choices have definitely influenced this world. Without them probably even knowing, but building an idea of could be a tailor shop because someone wants to go to a tailor shop. Then suddenly this tailor shop is a thing. It's a real entity that exists in this world because this person wanted to go to a tailor shop that I didn't think of, and then suddenly it becomes another thing, and there's a whole city there that exists and stuff. So it's very much a collaboration, I'd say, more than me as a game master coming up with all of this. I think that's very
One of the
important.
things that I love is just to kind of mention the home game and like building things that aren't important to things that are important is something that we're currently doing in our home game is every single time we come across an NPC that we like, we're giving them a button, and that button will like let us like call that NPC and like find out exactly where they are and like summon them, and it's just like this, we're just building this army of like random NPCs that we found. And one day end game we'll have this army of random NPCs that we can call to our aid.
Well, I mean, not everyone's going to keep a button though.
Okay, in-game conspiracy theory. Not conspiracy theory. This is Ingwe's plan. Ingwe is currently has the spell Shaped Stone, and is going to get the spell. I think it's called Stonewall or Create Barrier or some. But if you concentrate on it for 10 minutes, you can take a small piece of stone and create basically a building. So I've designed like a whole building, and my plan is to when we're randomly stopping in the woods to create a building that is a temple to the gods, and just leave random buildings everywhere.
These must have been built by some ancient civilization millions of years ago.
There's nothing around here for miles. Where did this
just
come from?
walks up. It's like,
But when you talk about so we've been to that village and we're like, oh, we should build up this village. I think it's I'm pretty sure it's next level, maybe 2 levels that I get it. It's like, oh, we'll go to the village. Oh, Celeste will be like, oh, someone should put it in here.
Well, I mean, and a good example is that Ogroland didn't exist really before this campaign. It was always in my world, but I never mapped it out.
Yeah,
because it hadn't been necessary. Obviously, I knew the general idea, but so it's a lot of things that gets added here and there. And Sons of Flymph is now forever going to be part of my campaigns. They're just going to exist somewhere, buying copyrighted materials and ripping it off.
And then in 20 years when we do the next campaign, and it's 20 years in the future or whatever, and then it's a cover band, the grandsons of Flymph, and they they go around.
Sons of Flymph revival. Yeah, that was interesting for sure. I can give you one link, for instance. So in this campaign, this campaign is happening 8 years prior to the home game, which has created some complications for continuity, of course. So some things don't necessarily line up completely, but that's fine. One thing that was an interesting is that the other home game campaign, one of the first things that happens was that their ship was shot to pieces by a pirate named Redbone, who tried to assassinate them, which I have later disclosed that this individual Redbone was in fact Pete, who was saved not only by Tam, but also by themselves during the attack of the werewolf. And then he quit his job to become a pirate. And then 8 years later, he looks 30 years older and shoots them out of the water. So that's just an interesting little Easter egg continuity thing that has also been part of it. But yeah, I try to limit it a little bit to make everything a unique experience instead of being kind of a cameo. But that was definitely a direct thing.
Yeah.
Because without Tam, he would have died.
And I love playing, I love playing with you guys too, in the terms, and just the conversations that we can sit and talk for like 20 minutes as characters, which I find is really unique. So
Yes.
thank you guys as well for letting us, for letting me play, and yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
It's definitely a team
awesome.
effort.
Yeah.
It's definitely a team effort, like Disease was saying as well. It's a good group when you can do that, when you can just sit down and talk about how to cook human meat for like 45 minutes without anyone being like, yeah, this is weird, let's move on. Or having philosophical debates about gods and stuff like that. It's all honest conversations that would transpire between your characters because they are so different. And I think that's really nice. A lot of times there will always be someone in a group or multiple in the group that'll be like, yeah, I don't really want to like role play for like 45 minutes about how to tie my shoes, and then another 35 minutes after that we're going to be shopping. Just want to kill stuff, which is fair. But if the rest of the group is on a different page, then that can sometimes be hard. But in this group, you're down to fighting, you're down to horror, you're down to shop, RP between yourself. I don't have to push anything along. Of course, there's sometimes time-sensitive things that will happen one way or another. But, I don't mind. I like the episodes where I can also just sit back sometimes.
Yeah.
We just make up our own stories. I find that Ingwe and Celeste are doing that a lot.
Well, you're making up your own narrative, at least.
They just write their own lore. So, this definitely is a thing in the world. Like Ingwe and Celeste do that a lot.
Well, that's nothing wrong
And Tom will
with
be like, "Oh, that's not actually right." I'm like, "Oh, yeah, Laura knows that."
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's perfectly fine. As
Does
long as you
not
know the
matter.
difference. Yeah,
When
you
you're
can
telling
make up whatever you want.
stories.
You can make up
There's
whatever
no
you want.
narrative inconsistency here. Ingwe's an idiot. Problem solved.
No,
Mystery solved.
that's fair. No, it's sometimes hard because obviously trying to flesh out a world, but it's not an entire world that exists. Obviously, it's just a few hundred pages here and there mixed together into different points and stuff. It's not like there'll always be a question like, what is the temperature of milk in your world? Like, what the fuck
7.
do I know? Like, who cares? Like,
That's
just
like-
make it up.
Yeah. I remember I built up this full elaborate backstory for a character in our home game, and I was like, they've been basically they managed to find this old jar and this dragon thing, but not realizing that it was like a jar of capturing. And when they opened it up, this gnome came out, and there was all this backstory in the store. This gnome's been trapped in there for thousands of years, and it's been locked off. And unbeknownst to them, their great ancestor lives within this town and is an inventor and that. And they're just like, "How old are you?" And I'm just like what? And it's like, yeah, how old were you when you were put in the thing? And it's like, oh, fuck, I don't know how old the gnomes live. Wait, hang on. I'm just like, I'm ready to go. Anything you got. It's like that picture with the armor, like this fully armored guy and the arrows just through the eye slit.
Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, I feel like that sometimes when people summon animals or talk to animals, it's always like, oh, why didn't I think of that? Like, okay, and then they're like, "Hey, what's up?" I'm like, "Hey, what you doing? How you doing, buddy? You got some coins?"
That's why all the animals in your world are assholes, Tom, because it's just you putting.
They
on a
literally
voice.
are. That's the rule I made. They're either assholes or completely useless. With rare occasions of obviously, if something logically makes sense, then of course. But majority of the pigeons are definitely smokers.
I'm walking here.
Yeah, they got robbed once by a raccoon. In a home
Oh
game.
yes, that's right.
Because it just wanted food and they wanted answers, but it didn't have any answers, so it just stole the food and ran away.
Well, I'm excited. Are we playing next week, or do we have a week off next week? I can't remember.
No, I think we're playing next week. I think this time Narocto wasn't here because he had to do something, which was fine. This is a recap episode, so it's not as important. But next week, you're definitely going to be fighting for your life.
Back in the shit.
Only one of us actually.
I mean, if you're trying to escape at least, if the option is escaping, I definitely think that you should probably bring your best dice.
Celeste,
How
Ingwe, and
long was
Drekik
that
are just like,
taking?
what's going on out there? Hello?
Yeah.
I'll just reuse the Balrog.
Why is Karameshi? Why all the thumping? I thought we wanted to talk to him about his daughter.
It was more like a as the door just fell off its hinges on the opposite side.
Oh, Dizzy, don't tell Tom that. That'll become the canon. It's cute. Oh,
Flipto. Oh yeah, that's very cool. It's very cute.
I'm really nervous actually about next session now.
I am so hyped. There are things that have been mentioned tonight where I'm like, that I got plans, and the things I want to talk about, how that's going to affect or tweak or mention. I'm so excited for next session. So excited to see what happens with it. It's going to be very interesting.
Shitting bricks.
Well, I am excited to see what's going to happen too. I think that you're going to have some surprises, maybe. Maybe not. It depends on. But we'll see what happens around the corner once the Hulk Sean has taken the door off and the alarm bell starts ringing again.
I picture it like metaphorically, me and Tom just standing around each other with spanners, just like, come on, show me your gears, just for a sec, come on.
Oh god, I can't wait for the Drekik commentary.
Yeah.
Hello?
If anyone's in here, could you please tell me where to get out?
Ron, how come he got the good...
Yeah. Why is the Stormlord helping him so much?
It's a bit warm in here.
Oh god. Alrighty, well, I was worried that we weren't going to have enough content to fill 4 hours.
Yeah, no,
But it's already.
I feel like it's been some very intense emotional episodes the last 10 episodes. I think that's why it's easy to come up with things this time. Sometimes it is a little harder to talk theories because it depends on how much information you have. And the further you get in, the theories become more like solid facts of things that are happening. So that will be
Next recap, I'd love to do an expectations versus reality. Like, you know, like expectations from like, you know, our first recap session compared to the reality now.
Oh yeah.
Where we're at, and kind of compare, like almost kind of like a reaction. Where it's like
watch our own recap of the thing and compare it.
Like, oh my god, remember when we said this and this?
Yeah.
Well, I think what I want to do once we have ended to come to the very full end of the campaign one day is to go back through all these recap episodes and just cut out all the snippets where people actually get something right. Or I came up with this crazy idea. I'm like, I should have done that. And then maybe if something is close, I could cut it out and mention it as well.
Make a game of it, right or wrong.
Yes,
Someone shoots out a wild theory and it's just like,
yeah.
"Ooh, was this right or wrong? What do you think?" If it's
Well,
like
I mean-
information we don't know yet, stuff like that.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people who come up with some interesting ideas. There's definitely, if that's how we're doing it, there's definitely a clear person in lead for now.
Oh, Jacob, we should make like a Ninja Warrior thing, like at your house, and have it like a quiz game.
That's alright. You can follow the path down past the doghouse, or you can go in the sheep pen.
Make a game show out of it.
Well,
Have water tanks. Oh, cool. Well, thank you so much for tonight, guys. It was awesome.
Thank you all. Thank you all
well, good.
for tuning in as well.
Yeah, thank you everyone for dropping in. Thank you, Dizzy, for hanging along so long and helping us out in the chat as well. Our wonderful mods. I think Dizzy is the mod on tonight, I think.
Yes.
Yep. Dizzy, Nightwolf, we love you. And also she's really good at playing PUBG. She's carrying me now.
Gotta get out some private health insurance to cover all the chiropractic visits, so you'll have to.
Yeah. Well, I do play AD carry in League of Legends, but I'm not carrying anything in that game. Fair enough. Well, should we... Let's see, how many people are actually watching? We have 9 people watching right now. Maybe we should actually rate someone today. Normally we don't do it on these chatty days, but we can probably do that. Share the love.
Got the page opening.
Can't Are we rolling? I don't have any dice in here.
I got a 7, so it's probably not going to be me.
I'm gonna roll on the Discord.
Recap episodes. Did you spell it that way? Just kidding.
I got heads.
That's not the, so that's a 50-50 chance.
I know. I can't remember what the command is.
Cool.
Oh, there we go.
Natural 20!
Nice.
Well,
Night, Disney.
Tell us who we're going for.
All right, we got Sparhawk Games doing the Battle for Loonlurch, and I think there's only there's a few more up here, and there's Corsair's Cove doing their Humblewood adventure, Dreaded GM doing their Storm King's Thunder, and Eldritch Scribe doing Kingslayer's episode 21.
What was the second one you said? I hadn't heard of them before.
Corsair's Cove.
That's the one. I've got Dreaded GM and I've got the other one. I'm going to add them to my
this is like Monopoly. Collect all of them.
Yeah. Gotta catch them all, Pokemon!
Twitch him on, gotta catch him all.
Sweet, yeah. Yeah, no, they're dope. I think they were one of the first people we ever rated from memory.
Yes.
Before I figured out how to Twitch.
Yeah. Pre.
I mean, have you figured it out?
I watch while I'm doing holes.
I mean, have you figured it out? Or are you still banned?
I am a Twitch expert.
Cool. Right. Well, let's give those guys a go.
Don't tell anyone that I blocked our own channel.
That's okay. It will forever be on our Discord now. Or on our YouTube or your Twitch channel.
Alrighty.
Radio.
That is loaded now, so we should be ready to go in a few seconds.
Do not leave.
Do not leave. Stay.
8 viewers. We've got 9 viewers coming. There's extra people have joined us. Just for the raid. Why don't you join us for the actual show? Viewers. Come and watch us talk about stuff. I had a dog here before. What's going on?
That's true. I'm very disappointed. There was a dog here and there was no one watching. Right.
I have stumped like shit all afternoon.
Yes, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Crit and Miss, for the raid. We love you guys. See you next week for episode 41.
Woo!
Technically 40, and if we're not counting.
They see me.
Yes.
I guess.
Raiden.
Smells like pooping. Wow, 22 viewers.
And we are through.